It's like that, being the baddest bitch in El Cologne. And sometimes, just because you're the baddest bitch in the El Cologne, you might just want to masturbate to the aftermath. I do a cool tackle that's why I don't be by more El Cologne. A nigga fee I shook shell El Cologne. Why cool I shook isn't CD. And new Farugan shell El Cologne. Why El Cologne isn't Farugan shell me. Ania Wahid Ma El Cologne. Wa El Cologne into Wahid Ma me. Ania Kilu and Jihu Kama Farugan Shell El Cologne. Waku Kama Farugan. Ani Akilu Akwenu Ko Dik Ani Akilu Fi El Cologne. Kama Kafiza Izu Fia Amadu Fi El Cologne. Ania Kabaha Wahud El Cologne Izu Ania. El Cologne Yakilu Ani Akilu. El Cologne, Yatnalu, Annie, Abmilu.
I was just listening to a guy who said that he was visited by what he said was the archangel Gabriel, and then he described the angel as a she. He said she.
What guy said that?
This guy named Gano Grills. He's a
okay. If Rihanna says this, I'm sorry, Princess Empress says, if I remember hearing correctly, I overheard you saying they were genderless at one point. I thought differently before I heard you mention that. I read that they were all made previously. Yeah, but on the realm of Malachut, that's on this side, honey. You know what I'm saying? Malachut, yeah, they're all, but it just goes to show that they are male and female on the plane of Malachut. You know what I'm saying? On them planes, they are male and female. Prior to hydrogen and all of that, and all the different planes, such as the material plane, the plane of force, the spiritual plane, and the plane of Malachut, and all the other 7 planes, the doorway to hell, before that is when you get to ether. Etherians, there are no gender, but when they get to this side, right, from ether, when they get to this side, they take on an atomic mass, in a matter form. That's why it was explained to us that the beings on Malachut is as physical as you are. So to say as physical as you are is to know that they are male and female. But Etherians, you know what I'm saying? Etherians, they personify in male and female form on this side of hydrogen. Once they come from this, once they get from the other side of hydrogen onto this side of hydrogen, they personify as solid. If that helps. Okay, back to the whole Gabriel shit. I tuned. Okay, and he described Gabriel as a she. Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, so and that was that. You know, nobody got into it. He just kept rolling, you know, with what he was saying, and you know, it didn't have no adverse effect on me, but a couple of other people, you know, of course, they're like, man, Gabriel's masculine, and I'm like, why don't you just ask your brother what he means by that? Why don't you ask?
Well, no, it's quite simple what he means by that, because even the Caucasian showed you that the angel Gabriel in Constantine was a female. Yes or no?
Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, cool.
Well, anybody seen Constantine? That angel Gabriel was a female. Now, the only thing that slipped people up is that people don't understand that seats changes depending on who is initiated, who's been tested and tried and proven worthy to take that seat. Gabriel is simply a title and a seat. You know what I'm saying? All the so-called angels, those are not their fucking real names. You know what I'm saying? Like the Gabriel that you know, the real name is Nusku, and Nusku was after the order of Zodok and was initiated in the order of Gabriel, and Nusku is the one that took the seat of Gabriel. That's why you'll find in the Holy Tablets, he'll say Nusku, who is the angel Gabriel. That Nusku took the seat of that angelic being as Gabriel. Okay, the same way we know you as Atun, but if once you initiated into the order of Zodok and tested and tried, and you take one of the seats, and you know what I'm saying, as let's say Matarun, and so now we will just be like Atun, who is Matarun. You know what I'm saying? But these seats and these the 20, I don't know why they think that the same angelic being holds this seat for eternity, and that's not it. The seats changes. You know what I'm saying? That's why you'll also find that each Anunnaki or Elohim is assigned to a human being. You know what I'm saying? Once the 24 elders, take the seat, once they all, like all 24, they are assigned to a human being to raise them up, test them, and try them, and prove them worthy to take the next seat, to take their seat. It's called successorship, caliphate.
That's it.
Yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me that the angelic being that occupies the seat of Gabriel now is a woman or a female that took the seat of Gabriel and took the title and the seat and the position as the angelic being Gabriel.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
My response was, well, that's who he said he saw. Then that I'm going with what he said, man.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Because, as y'all make it seem like it's impossible for women to be tested and tried and proven worthy to take one of the seats. You know what I'm saying? That's not impossible. For a long time, certain men was inducted into the order of Zodok and women. You understand? But it appears that the 24 elders that we had at that time, the images and the pictures that he shows us of the 24 elders, absolutely. They were all males. But that was a long time ago. That was a very long time ago. So we don't know who is occupying or what gender is occupying the seats of the 24 elders.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What human being has been tested and tried and proven worthy to actually take the seat of Gabriel or Israel or, Sananda or Yanun or, all the rest of them, Uriel, Kakael, Zoza. We don't know.
Speak.
Huh?
Yeah, as we speak. Yeah.
Yeah, as we speak, because there's a new administration, honey, headed by the Non-Ether Council. So, never know. You just never know. But, because this is the second time this ain't the second time I heard that the angel Gabriel is a woman. This ain't the second time. I heard this about 3 or 4, 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and for homeboy to say that that's what he saw, then that's what it is. That's just that basically confirms it. Because, you know, like I said, man, when they did Constantine, when I first saw it, I think I was in my 20s. I don't know how old that shit is. I think it was like came out in the early year 2000. And when I saw that shit, I said, damn, that's deep. The Angel Gabrielle is a fucking female in this movie. But yeah, something has changed. Something has changed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, something has changed. And we talk about this all the time. That Ad-Hadat is the one that sits on the seven plane, the 7 to the 7 power of 7. Ad-Hadat, that's a woman. And Hua is possessed. Yeah, and she's possessed by Hua. See how this shit works?
Mm-hmm. So she got another name? Is Ad-Hadat?
Ad-Hadat. Ad-Hadat. No, she ain't got no other name. That's her goddamn name.
Okay.
I mean, you can call her God if you like. You can call her Allah if you like. You call her Elunel if you like. You can call her Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala if you like. If you can call her goddamn Jehovah, Yahweh, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But you call her Anu too. Shit. But that's her. She's at the 7th to the 7th plane to the 7th power of 7. That's where she sits. And she's possessed by Hua. You got the rebuttal to the slanderers?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, good. Go grab it real quick. Go to page 198, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I got it. I got it in on the computer, so I got to look for it.
Oh, that's good. It's on the computer. So go to your goddamn computer and then put in search rebuttal to the slanderers or slanderer or however you put it, and it should pop up. I looked at that book today at home. I said, man, I should bring it. And then some said, nah, somebody on the show gonna have it. And you'll hear that shit. You got it, Black? God damn it. Please call in a lat. Please. Thank you. God damn, they said somebody on the show got that shit. A dat. I mean, I'm calling her a dat. You a dat too, Black. Black is a dat. A dat is Black. She stepped on the mat. Said, I am a dat. In the hat. Black, call in for me real quick, baby. Let's get this shit popping. That right, shout it. I'm gonna do this shit once and for all for you motherfuckers, okay? That's why I said it wouldn't surprise me. And remember now the interesting thing is, though, iTunes, Dr. York said the first man that put the woman in position would be in power. Think about that. Do you remember him saying that shit?
No.
The first man to put the woman in position, to put the woman in power, will inherit power.
Hey, Don, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, sweetheart. It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, same year, same year. All right, I got it.
So wait. With that being said, y'all know the crackers are snatching up all goddamn black women, as many black women as they can, so they can inherit power. Y'all peep that shit? They snatching up these bitches. Yeah, he said the first man. He didn't say you niggas. He didn't say the first Nubian man, the first black man, the first whatever. He said the first man to do that shit will inherit more power. To put the woman in power, he will inherit more power. You notice that the crackers are snatching up black bitches. Thus, Howard Stern is coming for me. Come on in, Black 198. Give me a mic check, and I'm gonna take that motherfucker by the hand. I swear to God. I swear to white God. I'm gonna take, cause I know that nigga. He already know that bitch right here. This hoe right here. This is the one right here. Thus, he can go into the etheric plane and enjoy the rest of his life.
Okay, page 198. It starts off with the Nubian Creed, Allah in man. Is that
okay?
it?
Yes, let's start there. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I think that's it, because it's a paragraph right underneath it. Where do you see the paragraph underneath all that? And it says Adat. Are you on the left page? The left side is 198 on the left side.
No, 197 is on the left side.
Okay, well, shout it. I have a photographic memory. So it is on the left side of the goddamn book.
Okay, so 197.
Okay, so wait a minute. 198. 198. What is it? Oh, okay, 198. 198. 198. 198. You on page 198?
Yes.
Okay. And the next page is 199?
Hold on.
The next page, 199?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, hold your hand on that page 198, and let's go back to 198. What page you on? 189 or 198?
198. You want me to go to 189?
Yes, that's where it's at. It's 189. I'm dyslexic. It's 189, and now 189 should be on the left side of the page.
It is?
Okay, Don is good, but I told you I got a photographic memory, man. My shit is on flip. That's why nigga can't lie to me. Nigga, I saw you. I saw you at 5 o'clock on my watch. I had on my wrist. I was wearing a red shirt and blue jeans. And you stand on the corner of Duval Street and can't get it right on a Thursday at goddamn 5 o'clock, motherfucker. And you was wearing a goddamn white tee and some baggy goddamn pants, motherfucker, and some Reeboks that day. Red Reeboks. Fuck out of here. I see you. Okay, 198. 189. Let's go.
Okay. The Nubian Creed, Allah pulsates and vibrates. In this section, Mr. Phillips, it exceeds your comprehension. You claim to understand Allah and his attributes, but you obviously haven't sought out how Allah began the source of his creation. You stated on page 29 that Isa describes God as pulsating and vibrating. All things are created in tones of octaves of energy and of vibration. Just as there are octaves of musical notes, there are also octaves of tones. Between the 4th and 15th octaves, the normal ear can hear sounds. The one whose heart and mind is open can sometimes hear up to the 19th octave. Between the 25th and the 35th octave, heat is then generated. The 49th octave produces light. Cosmic rays manifest when energy increases between the 72nd and the 84th octave level. Between the cosmic rays, octaves lie, which produce emotional and mental waves up to the sound.
Let's stop right there, real quick. Now, I just want to make a point, real quick, which has nothing to do with what the fuck I'm about to say, but I'm about to say it any fucking way. Rewind that back about the cosmic rays, and then I'll tell y'all something.
Okay. Cosmic rays manifest when energy increases between the 72nd and the 84th octave level. Beyond the cosmic rays, octaves lie, which produce emotional and mental waves up to the sound hua.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, now is that the second? How many times cosmic rays was mentioned? Because I only caught it twice. Is it mentioned prior to that?
I'm looking.
Okay, fine. Okay, now y'all know that there's two types of situations going on. One is cosmic rays, and the other one is electric power. Y'all familiar with those two? In between the cosmic rays and electric power. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what cosmic rays are, right? Like X-rays, ultraviolet rays, and shit like that, rays, okay, gamma rays and all of that. The other one is electric power. That comes from your television waves, radio waves, and all the rest of the goddamn shit, microwaves and blah, 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 okay? I just want to show you that. Anyway, back to the cosmic rays. Now, it is said earlier this week or last week that the extraterrestrials that live in the center of the earth, an article came out too, follow me closely, said that the aliens or the extraterrestrials are able to live off of the cosmic rays. Live and survive off of it now, okay? Which means that there is a serious shift. Prior to that, they must have been living off of the electric power, like your waves, your radio waves, your television waves, your microwaves, and I can't remember what all the other waves are.
X-rays?
Would it be X-rays? Those are rays, honey, not waves.
Rays. Got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay, but cosmic rays are all that: ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, X-rays, and goddamn, I think infrared or some old shit, infrared rays or some old goddamn shit like that. So now they're able to live off of straight cosmic rays. Even the extraterrestrials in the center of the planet Earth and some that come and come up to the surface are able to live off just the goddamn cosmic rays. That's powerful, ain't it?
Very. Wow.
And the article said they can survive off of that shit. And now that's interesting because they're telling you motherfuckers that you won't be able to survive with the ultraviolet rays. But because of the electromagnetic grid and the electromagnetic field that's going on, and with the electron, proton, electron that your cells are transforming into, you are able to live off of ultraviolet rays, all the cosmic rays. Okay? Anyway, let's get to Hua. Go back to that last statement about Hua and the cosmic rays. Listen closely now.
Beyond the cosmic rays, octaves lie which produce emotional and mental waves up to the sound Hua. This is the pure green light of energy, the source, which represents the names of Allah and coincides with the 99 elements. Your Arabic word for cosmos is exist, and it has in parentheses be. All things are created in tones and octaves of energy and vibration from the source Hua, as I said before. And unless one mentions the name of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur, which enters the heart and then is absorbed and dispersed to the rest of the body. And nur is the manifestation of the essence of Allah, which is called Ad.
Stop right there. Say that again and say it with your chest for these slow ass motherfuckers. Rewind that part.
Okay. And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur, which enters the heart and then is absorbed and dispersed to the rest of the body. And nur is the manifestation of the essence of Allah, which is called Ad. A-A-T.
Okay, it's the manifestation of what? What is Adadat? The manifestation of what, Balat?
The essence of Allah.
The essence of Allah. Stop right there. Now, the essence, which means would be in Allah, right? That which is in Allah, right? That which is in Allah is Ad-Adat, right?
Right.
Okay. Or the essence is basically, we can say, the genetic makeup of Allah.
Okay.
It is Ad-Adat. Now, my question is, what is Ad-Adat? Keep reading. Or who is Ad-Adat? Keep reading. Watch this.
This essence signifies that he is what he is. Ad-Adat, Da'at are the things which are feminine, whatever they be, that had existed from eternity.
Stop right there. What the fuck is it again?
Ad-Da'at are the things which are feminine, whatever they be, that had existed from eternity.
Now stop. Now, there is a thing called pre-creation. Anything that's pre-creation has already existed. You understand? That which already exists, and that is Ad-Hadat. And what is Ad-Hadat again? The feminine what?
All things which are feminine, whatever they be, that had existed from eternity.
Coon, Kawoon. Let's go. Tell me more about this feminine chick.
Ad-Da'at is possessed by the who.
Stop. She's possessed by who?
The who. D-H-U-W, which is masculine.
She's possessed by what? Spell it.
D-H-U-W, the who,
Duh.
which is masculine.
Duh. Possessed by duh. And who is duh? He gonna tell your ass in a minute.
Duh is Hua, which is he. Hua is the presentation in the spirit from which comes the soul.
Stop. Stop. Break it down. Hammer time. Stop. Bring it back. Bring it back. Go back to Adat again. Get it in your head.
Adat is possessed by Ju, which is masculine.
Which is masculine.
Ju is Hua, which is he. Hua is the presentation in the spirit from which comes the soul. This is the spirit with personality or I.
I'm.
Hua, I'm. Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hua is which is he, and which is and. Together, they mean he and whatever else.
And whatever else. That he and whatever else, duh, or Hua, is possessing Adat. Okay, let's go back to the Allah. Let's take it slow again. Balat on the Adat. Take it back to Allah, though. This is very important. Okay. Take it back to the Allah part about that Allah shit.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, let's rewind it one more time. Let's get it in our heads, you worshipers.
All things are created in tones and octaves of energy and vibration from the source Hua, as I said before. And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur, which enters the heart.
Wait a minute. Talk about this man mentioning something about the light or Allah and something about his heart. Rewind that part back.
Okay, you want me to go back to the top with Philip's question?
No. I want you to go back to the man mentioning Allah with his tongue and his heart.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur.
What does that mean? What is he saying there?
That you just can't say the words. You have to feel them. They have to come from your heart.
Right. So rewind it back to that sentence right before that part of the tongue and the heart and all of that.
Okay. All things are created in tones and octaves of energy and vibration from the source Hua, as I said before. And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur, which enters the heart and then is absorbed and dispersed to the rest of the body. And nur is the manifestation of the essence of Allah, which is called Adat. Essence signifies that he is what he is. Adat are the things which are feminine, whatever they be, that had existed from eternity. Adat is possessed by Du, which is masculine. Du is Hua, which is he. Hua is the presentation in the spirit from which comes the soul. This is the spirit with personality or I. Hua is, which is he, and which is and. Together, they mean he and whatever else. This is called Kutbayat, also known as the Ayin principle.
The Ayin principle.
The eye of the heart is the Kut, the axis, which is symbolic of two hearts.
Okay. Where do we go from here?
You want to keep going? But I had a question.
Go ahead. What's your question?
Adat is possessed by Du,
Hua,
which is masculine. Du is Hua, which is he. Hua is the presentation in the spirit from which comes the soul. Okay, I'm not grasping that right now. Maybe it'll take a minute.
Okay, well, first, let's go back then. Let's go back to when he first explains to Bilal Phillips about the vibration of Allah and the pulsation of Allah in order to get it.
Okay. So he said, the Bilal said, Isa describes God as pulsating and vibrating. All things are created in tones of octaves of energy and of vibration. Just as there are octaves of musical notes, there are also octaves of tones. Between the 4th and 15th octave, the normal ear can hear sound. The one whose heart and mind is open can sometimes hear up to the 19th octave. Between the
19th octave, you know what that means, right? Whose ears and hearts are open. You know the 19th octave, right? In other words, most people can only hear what the fuck is right in their ear.
Ear, right.
Like right in there. They can't hear distance.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They can probably hear outside. You know what I'm saying? If they in the house, okay? But they can't hear the traffic 2 miles from the house. They can't hear horn blow. See, we can hear that dog barking right now, right?
Dog barking.
But that dog is probably either in goddamn Milledgeville, Georgia, or goddamn what that the crazy nigga name, Antichrist in Philadelphia. So we just heard that dog barking. That would be considered like distance in octaves from 19 or on into 72 to 84 octaves, like far. Like sometimes you can hear far.
Right.
And sometimes you can't. Like, and I explain this. There are times where you hear a song in your head. You think it's in your head. No, somebody is playing that song because sound travels. And that person has been playing that song in another state, and you can hear it. And all of a sudden, you got that song in your head. It came out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Songs just don't pop up like that. Sound travels.
Okay, got it.
Okay, that's your 8772. Okay, where we at that? 18th octave? Let's go.
Okay, between the 25th and the 35th octaves, heat is then generated. The 49th octave produces light. Cosmic rays manifest when energy increases between the 72nd and the 84th level.
Okay, what octave produce light? At what number again? This is very important because we're about to get into the Nur.
Okay, cosmic rays manifest with
No,
energy.
no, that's not what I asked. What octave produce light?
Oh, I'm sorry. The 49th octave.
The 49th
produces light.
octave, because at one point it produced heat, and then on to the 49th octave, it starts to produce light, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, now at the 49th octave, what happens?
Cosmic rays manifest.
There we go.
When, okay.
Now you enter cosmic rays.
Okay. Cosmic rays manifest when energy increases between the 74th and the 84th octave level. Beyond the cosmic rays, octaves lie, which produce emotional and mental waves up to the sound hua. This is the pure green light of energy, the source which represents the name of Allah and coincides with the 99 elements. Your Arabic word for cosmos is exist, be. Okay, so it's really no such thing as feelings in the way we interpret them. It's really just octave levels or energy and things of that nature that we are experiencing, but we're calling them feelings.
Well, feelings is a sense. It works on your senses.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Taste, hear, touch, feel, that type of shit. So most people operate on the sense of feelings, on what they feel. And all of that is based on vibration.
Okay. Maybe
you know what I'm saying? It goes right back to the octaves.
Okay. Understood. Okay. All things are created in tones and octaves of energy and vibration from the source, Hua, as I said before. And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur, which enters the heart.
Now stop now. Then, you see that? Did you peep that? He will not be what?
Given the light.
And where is the light at on the octave?
The light is at the 49th octave.
At the 49th octave, which means that's why he always say you want to speed up your vibration.
Yeah.
Yeah. In order to get to that light, it don't matter whether you confess with your tongue or not. Allah, or the 99 attributes of Allah, doesn't matter. But you will have to speed up to that vibration to even get to the 49th octave where you can receive the light. That means you will have to heat up first.
You got to heat up.
Yeah, you got to heat up. Let's go. Okay, let's go back to the part. Unless the man, blah, 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 he will not receive the light.
Okay. And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light.
And it doesn't matter because where he vibrates at, where his tones and vibration are based upon octaves levels. So it doesn't matter what the fuck a motherfucker say. If his tones is not reaching the octave of 49th and his vibratory level is not vibrating at the 49th, he still won't receive the light.
Okay.
He can't get to the electric power, to the cosmic rays side. That's where the cosmic rays kick in at.
Right.
Right? At what level does the cosmic rays kick in at on the octave?
They manifest between the 72nd and the 84th octave level.
Right. And the nigga got to get to the 49th first.
Just to get the light. Yep.
Just to get the light and then to travel on to the next octave of the what? The 84th?
For the cosmic rays, between the 72nd and the 84th octave level.
Yes. And absolutely. And what else?
Okay.
Go back to the nigga can't get that light.
Okay. And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur, which enters the heart and then is absorbed and dispersed to the rest of the body.
You see that? Because that light is electrifying. So it starts to change the body and the heart, change the cells, all the way down to the cellular level. That light will come in and change its whole composition, transform them into a whole light being. You ain't got no choice but to be transformed at that point, motherfucker. If you can reach the 49th octave, what's next?
Wow. Okay. And Nur is the manifestation of the essence of Allah, which is called Adat. The essence
of Allah, which is called Adat. That's strong, ain't it?
Yes.
Say that part one more time.
And Nur is the manifestation of the essence of Allah, which is called Adat.
The manifestation, Nur. Is that what he's saying? Nur.
Yes.
The light.
And Nur. Yes.
Yeah, the light. Or this light. This light is the manifestation of Allah, right? Is the essence of Allah, which is the manifestation of Ad-Hadat. What did it say? The fuck is it?
And Nur is the manifestation of the essence of Allah, which is called Adat. This essence signifies that he is what he is. Adat are the
so when a
which are
motherfucker
feminine.
gets to the point of Allah, notice that how he switched from he into Allah. See, Allah is not goddamn Allah. Allah raised up, a man or a female raised up to become Allah by reaching the 49th octave on up to the 72nd octave to the 84 to become Allah. Where at that point he reached the essence. He gets the essence at this point. Do you see how this shit go? Do you understand the steps that it takes to even be in Allah or to be called in Allah? Go back. Let's rewind it back to where homeboy has to be able to get there first, because this is where you become Allah.
And unless one mentions the names of Allah with his tongue and his heart, he will not be given the light and nur, which enters the heart and then is absorbed and dispersed to the rest of the body.
You see,
and nur is
man has to be transformed first at the 49th octave to even become this that coming up next, Allah.
Right.
Let's go.
And nur is the manifestation of the essence of Allah, which is called Adat. This essence signifies that he is what he is. Adat are the things which are feminine, whatever they be, that had existed from eternity. Adat is possessed by Du, which is masculine. Du is Huwa, which is he. Huwa is the presentation in the spirit from which comes the soul. This is the spirit and personality or I. Huwa is, which is he, and which is and. Together they mean he and whatever else.
And whatever else.
This is called,
and once you get to the 84th or 72 on to the 84th or whatever around that, you become Allah. And at that point, the essence, the light is the manifestation of the essence of Allah. And that essence is Ad-Hadat.
Yes.
You see?
I get it.
But what happens there? That motherfucker get the spirit and the soul.
And the soul. Yep.
You see how this shit work? Go back to the right before the part, before the spirit and the soul pops up. For whoever reached this level.
Okay. Adat is possessed by Du, which is masculine. Du is Huwa, which is he. Huwa is the presentation in the spirit from which comes the soul. This is the spirit with personality or I. Huwa is which is he and which is and. Together they mean he and whatever else. This is called Kuthiya, also known as the Ayn principle. The eye of the heart is the Kut, the axis, which is symbolic of two hearts. One, the heart which we know that expresses our sentiments and passions. Two, the inner heart, which is by far greater. It is an inverted heart that points back to Allah. Between it and the physical heart swings the pendulum of existence, surrounded by the 99 elements and the 99 names of Allah. El-Kut represents the chain reaction from the spark, which started the process of the spirit changing to the soul.
That's how you become a living soul and not just a living spirit. Once you get there. Rewind that part right back again about the equip.
El-Kut represents the chain reaction from the spark, which started the process of the spirit changing to the soul. This was and is the life, which becomes the link of the etheric tie. Thus, El-Kut represents the umbilical cord to he. This is why so many Sufis stay in constant dhikr to Allah. This is one of the Sufi chants. O he who is, O he who is, O he whom no one knows what himself is, save himself. The Sufi knows that to praise Allah and worship will illuminate his spirit and help him to communicate with his inner senses. These are the things that you have no knowledge of, Bilal. This is why you question my teachings.
All right. That's why you question my teachings.
Okay, and then it goes on to another question.
Okay, we can stop there for 1 second, though. Anybody got any? I heard you say, Atun.
Oh,
is that you?
Yeah, Antichrist.
Oh, Antichrist. I should have known the devil would say, Okay. Why you say, Antichrist?
It was just kind of profound. You know what I'm saying? I'm listening. I'm like, okay. I'm at the same time I'm trying to understand what you know what I'm saying what that meant. So I'm just analyzing it.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so you're trying to make sense of it or understand it. That's why I like to go over it over again. Basically, we are not supposed to stay the same. When people say whatever you do don't change, you are supposed to change. Because the only way you will actually be Allah is that you have to raise up your vibrations. See, monotheistic gives us one God. Monotheistic religions is one God, right? But there are many Allahs, because we know that God is a plural word, more than one. So in order to raise your vibration, you can tell that the Sufis, as he mentioned, don't want to goddamn be a man in the order of Sufi their whole fucking life. They want to raise up to the 49th octave and receive the goddamn light, to move on to the 72nd octave, to the 84, to become Allah. Remember, the saying is, no man is greater than Allah.
I'm with you. Okay, I'm feeling that.
So you ain't nothing until you become Allah.
That's right. I'm feeling that.
You ain't shit. You then at that point inherit the 99 elements or the 99 names of Allah plus one. Absolutely. And the light nor possess your body. However, only Allah knows that the essence of Allah is the feminine, that which existed since eternity. And that Ad-Hadat is possessed by Hua. So when they say Allah or Hua, he who is who he is, they've just reached Ad-Hadat. Because that's the only way they can possess it. That's the only way they can become Allah. And he is in her, as it is said. He possessed her. He possessed Ad-Hadat. Duh or Hua. Strong, ain't it?
Yes.
That's powerful. That's why he starts off with saying exist. Right? Kun fa-kun, exist.
Right.
Be. The only way that you can speak something into existence like that, unless you are Allah. You just speak that shit and it happens. It exists. Because now it is wrapped by Ad-Hadat, who is possessed with Hua. Be, and it will be. That's strong, ain't it?
Yes. Real strong. Wow.
You catch my girl legs open, better smash that. Don't be surprised if she asks where the cash at.
Let's talk about what they don't want you to talk about on the Dominic Leon Show from Blog Talk Radio, Monday through Friday, 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, or jointhegothic.com. WGAG Radio.
Come on in, 901. Give us a mic check.
Mic check. What's up, man? It's Tony.
Hey, Tony, what's good with you? How you doing tonight?
No. I'm making them great. Sitting here with my little notes, and I kind of needed to get a little clarity, a little clairvoyance like this. So, like in the triple darkness that's before hydrogen. So in a sense, they're like a portal that they're like using to as a conduit to maneuver. So they're basically creating this 18th dynasty, right? I mean, they're basically creating this 18th galaxy, right? From Ilion, coming from Ilion. Where hydrogen.
No, the 18th galaxy, Ilion, is where one of the galaxies is where they reside. Mm-hmm. But that's already manifested that's already as part as the that's already exists as no, let's do it this way. That's already a sum of a thing. Right? Yeah, but that's already a something. That's a place. That's another galaxy. With that predates what where we at predates Ilion. Where we at? The triple darkness, we know that it predates Ilion.
Okay. Because I was kind of on the impression that that's like the portal that they use to shoot through to reconstruct other galaxies.
No, because if there's a 19th galaxy, there has to be a 20 galaxy. You know what I'm saying? There has to be a 21 galaxy, 25. There has to be 99 galaxies, at least 999 billion. There's more than just the 19 galaxies that exist in El Kalum. On this side of the sun, right, would give you our galaxy, which is the 18th galaxy, right?
Right.
Which is Terra, right?
Terra.
Right. Which is basically all of this on this side of the sun would be considered the physical plane. Why they call it planet, the physical plane, right? Okay. On the other side of the sun is where you will find Ilion, the 19th galaxy. Behind this sun is where you will find Ilion, the 19th galaxy.
In a physical existence.
Absolutely.
After hydrogen.
No, not
Okay.
hydrogen. We're not talking about hydrogen. We're dealing with galaxies right now.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay. But the galaxies are composed of hydrogen, right?
Absolutely. But the 19th galaxy has the same kind of setup like the 18th galaxy. Like here, it has planets. And we already know that one of those planets is Risk. And it has suns, it has moons, it has stars.
Don, I think he's confusing the planes with the actual galaxies themselves. That's what I think he's confusing.
No. What I'm saying is I heard like when you said Anu can manifest in physical form on this planet from the ethers, and the ethers don't have any elemental composition. They're ethers. So what I was asking was, do they travel the place where they traveled from through the ether? Were they physical before they came into the ethers to come to this physical? You get what I'm saying?
No, they wasn't. No, they wasn't. It wasn't physical before they came on the other side of hydrogen. It wasn't physical.
Okay. All right.
When they come from the other side of hydrogen, which is the ethers, ether 1 all the way to ether 9, when they come from behind the hydrogen into the elemental charts or the like hydrogen and all the rest of them, that's when they're manifesting. That's when they are a combination of those 9 gases on this side of the periodic chart, on our periodic chart or elementary chart, which at that point they are in form. They still will be in form. Anything on the other side of hydrogen, of course, we know is ether, right?
Right.
On the side of hydrogen, we're dealing with energy. We're dealing with light. We're dealing with matter. We're dealing, you know what I'm saying? We're dealing with all that.
Okay.
Right? We're dealing with weight. We're dealing with a sum of a thing.
Right. Not the no thing.
Not the no thing. Absolutely.
Okay.
Not the no thing.
Right.
We ain't at the no thing yet. Absolutely.
Okay.
So if you go to the first primary creation, mind you, let's go back to existence. We know that existence predates creation, right?
Right.
So the first creation, right, is before the lightest atom, before hydrogen. We're dealing with just energies. Okay?
Okay.
All right? Energies
with
existed.
gases, right?
Wait, let me talk to Tony for a minute. Energies existed before hydrogen, before the lightest atom. Okay? All right? As a form of energy existing in the form of gases. Yes, Nubi. 9 levels of gases. Now we're back at the Biaps, Zetis, and Zeals that we were just reading. But they were referred to as subatomic energy before weight or the sum of any weight. And they were registering as nothingness. Okay? Yet existing, being lighter than the first form of existence, hydrogen.
All right.
Okay, we clear, right?
Like the quark for the atom.
Right. So now we're going into the secondary creation, the evolutionary creation, the evolving of existence from density to matter. That would basically be your Ilion, will be your galaxies, will be your planets, will be your stars.
Exactly.
Okay? Because then it starts to evolve as existence from density to matter, as atoms to cells to organisms to bodies. And what do they call planets? Bodies. Heavenly bodies is what they call it. And planets itself is a living organism. They're living organisms.
Exactly.
Okay?
All right.
And of course, ghostational would be the third. Now let's cross the street on page 3, if you got your tablet. On page 3, let's cross the street to the other side. And now we're going to get into the 3 sets of 3. Okay? Or triple darkness. What it say? What it say? It's right at the top. Yeah, you, Tony. What it say? The 3 sets of 3. What it say?
Oh, I'm listening to you. I don't have a hotel.
Okay, well in that case, now I understand. Okay, so in that case,
right.
So now we're clear that the primary creation of the first creation is before the lightest hydrogen, right? Energies existed. We clear. It's gases. This is creation. This is not existence. This is creation. Right?
Existence was already here, right? Because existence was already there.
Right. So the first creation was the gases, the 9 levels of them, the quarks, the Biaps, the Zetis, not the hydrogen. Okay?
Right.
All right. Cool. And it all weighed nothing. Right? Okay. So now we go into the sets of 3, the 3 sets of 3, which is the triple darkness. 1, 2, 3, 3 sets of 3. Now we're before, honey. We're going to be before the gases, okay?
Okay, but we're still in existence.
No, we're in.
Hold on, you're the evolutionary creation now.
We're going into existence now.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
we're going. No, Tony. We're going into existence now. We're done with hydrogen. None of this shit exists. Energies,
Okay.
gases, hydrogen and all that. None of that shit exists. We're going into triple darkness now, where there's nothingness, yet it exists. So now we're going into that.
Oh, you're going back. Okay,
yeah, we're going back. We're going to existence now. Because in order for something to exist, something would have to have weight. So basically, they're mixing up something as existence and not creation. So now we're going before creation.
Exactly.
So the three sets of three are triple dark. And the first set is before light, before energy, before matter. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
So Ilyun could not have existed. Ilyun was created. All right? Before light, before energy, before matter. The second set of triple darkness is before time. Ilyun has a time. It has an age, how long that galaxy lives. It has a time. So again, Ilyun had to be created just like this solar system or this galaxy had to be created. It didn't exist because it has a time, right? And it also has a place, and it also has a space. So in the three sets of triple darkness, the first is before there was light, before there was energy, before there was matter. The second set is before there was time, before there was space, before there was place. And Ilyun, of course, is a place. And it occupies a space, and it does have a time.
And the third set is mind, spirit, and soul, right?
Body, soul, and spirit. Yep, before there was a body, before there was a soul, and before there was a spirit. Those are your three sets of triple darkness. That's on the other side. Of hydrogen.
Wow. All right. Exactly. I got you.
Yeah. Okay.
I see you.
Of course, now your non-ether, when you're talking about those portals, and let's just eliminate the portal because it seemed like it had to come through a hole or something, right? And if it had to come through a hole, then it already had to be something. They would already have to be something, but they were nothing. And then they came from behind. No, they came from hydrogen. They came to hydrogen and gathered up the gases that you see now on this side of the planet. Okay? And the non-gases, right, that exist on this side of the planet that will show you the combinations of non-ether, this is on this side of the sun now. And these gases can be known on Earth as radon, xenon, krypton, argon, neon, and helium. Yeah. Because it says non-ether is the combination of all existing gases of nature. Nothing anywhere can be as powerful as all existing gases. Now, on Earth, these gases are known as, you already know it, radon, xenon, krypton, argon, neon, and helium.
All together manifesting.
Right. But they're also called the noble gases on the periodic or elemental chart. Then he goes into that. Now, these gases, therefore, non-ether is the most potent power of the universe. Non-ether is the original creator who grew out the universes. And then, boom, creation. Non-ether would be the creation, and ether would be the existence.
All right. I see.
Because non-ether always existed.
Even as no thing and something?
Yes, because that's on the other side of hydrogen. That's behind hydrogen.
Okay, I see. I don't want to take you too far.
We're dealing with gases. Yeah, we're dealing with gases. Because the first primary stage in creation, it predates hydrogen. So we're dealing with gases, 9 levels of them.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And the gases had gases, and these gases was conscious and conscious, or conscientious. I think that's how you say it, right, newbie?
Conscious, yeah.
So everything out of all those gases grew the universes. Thus, you're going to have your galaxies. Then you're going to have your solar systems, your suns, your other planets, your other worlds. You're going to have the cosmos after that because it grew the universes. The gases grew the universes.
And during so during this time, were the Melanites growing too?
It was growing along or with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we ship too, sweetheart. Yeah, but the original woolly-haired, dark-skinned Moors came along with the original creation. And let's go back to what is the fucking original creation. The original creation was what? Before the lightest atom.
Okay. Primary creation.
Yeah, the primary creation. It came along with it. It grew. It came along with the original creation. That is the same kind of ether forces that grew the universe. You get it? The same kind of ether forces that grew the universe. And we know that Ilyun is in the universe. Yeah, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
All right, I'm with you.
Okay? And then it goes on to say that as nature was growing, these melanites were a part of the original growth. Melanin grew with original creation.
So are the melanites the only ones that can move in first, since they were the first?
Absolutely.
So like we're the second evolutionary creation. So are we restricted just to seconds too?
We're
like
the evolutionary descendants of those melanites that came along with the universe. They came along with that grew with the universe. We're the evolutionary descendants. We're the second stage. We're the second part of creation. We're the second creation. Like it says, Nuwabu informs us that there were three creations. We will be the secondary creation or the evolutionary creation because we are dense to matter, to atoms, to cells, to organisms, to bodies. We're the second
evolutionary descendants.
Yeah, because it says that we are the evolutionary descendants of the melanites.
Okay.
Yeah, and it take it right back and rewind it when Neff said that the Mr. White Man and White Woman was talking, and he saw dark or black motherfuckers coming out of ships.
Oh, I've seen that video.
Those would be considered the first creation. The melanin or the melanites Moors that grew with the universe. That's why they look like that.
Right. That's why. And they're the first. So we're the second evolutionary descendant.
And evolutionary means that which came out of the first.
Right. But then you also said the evolution itself means death. So is that like why we're the dying ones, so to speak, or does evolution, the death in evolution still apply to evolutionary creation?
Yes. Absolutely.
So we're basically falling down from the melanites.
No, not really, because even in death, there's still a resurrection.
Right. That's so we're gonna fall.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll fall from the. So we're falling like you said. Once we leave this we'll remanifest as 6 ether beings, then as 3 ether beings, and then we resurrect again as 9 ether beings.
9 ether resurrects after 6 ether dies.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So then you'll come right back into a 9 ether state of being.
Okay.
Let's do it this way. Before you got here, you were behind hydrogen. You were nothing more than ether, right? Right? You were nothing more than ether. You could have been ether 1. But in order to manifest on this side of hydrogen, you had to at least get to either ether 6 or ether 9 to come on this side of hydrogen and manifest in the physical form. Because there's only 2 forms of ether that can actually come on in physical form, and that's 6 ether and 9 ether.
Okay.
You understand?
And where does this fit in with the cycle of life? With the 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
6,
with that. What is it called again, Neff? The will of existence.
Yes.
Where did that come in at? That's what you're asking?
Yes.
It's quite simple now. It comes in just like this. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's take 9, that wheel, and make that the primary creation. You got me? Do you have a mind's eye of what that wheel looks like? That you're talking about the next picture?
I'm looking at the wheel now.
Okay, good. Let me pull it up. Got it. Okay. So there's the 9, and the 3 is the opposite of 9, right? And the 2 6s on the side, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take 9 as the primary creation, whether it's going counterclockwise or clockwise, okay? Either way, it has to get to 6. Yes or no?
Yes, it has to.
6 would be considered the second evolution, the second creation, which is evolutionary creation, okay?
Okay.
All right. And the 3 would be your third creation, your ghostational creation, the breath of life, the living soul, the existing conscious being. Okay? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now we're going to go to what happens when 6 ether comes in human form and 9 ether come in human form. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the wheel. Because 9 ether produce 6 ether, right? That's your Caucasian, right?
Right.
And that's the 6. And 6 ether produce ghost. That's your 3. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's your creation. That's your 3 creations.
Regardless if you go clockwise or counterclockwise.
Okay, now, and 6 ether produce ghost, because we know there's 3 creations, right? And 3 is ghost, 6 is evolution, bodies, organisms, and all that type of shit. Okay, now 6 ether produce ghosts, and this is not to be mistaken with the hair range of 6, 7, and 8, okay? Or 9. Okay, here we go now. Non-ether will become 6 ether through time and age. What is the wheel called again? Time and existence. So through time and age, non-ether will become 6 ether. That's evolution right there, because that's your second creation, which is evolution. And it says that non-ether will become 6 ether through time and age, which means die, D-I-E. You got it? Now, you stay with me at 6 ether. What will 6 ether become?
6 ether will become 3 ether.
And 3 is ghost. It's the third stage. It's the ghostational creation. So we're not really looking at only death. We're looking at creation and death going hand in hand.
Yeah, all right.
Okay? Because even though non-ether becomes 6 ether through time and age, which will die, 6 ether will become 3 ether. Let's do it that way, right? Through time and age, which is ghostational. Okay?
Exactly.
But now that we're at the 3 now, Tony, you can either, I don't know which 3, okay, the 3 that you're looking at, I'm going to the left. I'm going clockwise, right?
Okay.
Even though it's really counterclockwise, okay? But now you got 4, 5, and 6 again, right?
Right.
Right. So 6 ether, albinos, is non-ether, Nuwabians, and death, right? So when you're looking at 6 ether in the physical form, you're looking at a dying non-ether being.
Exactly, I get it. So, but what I was caught up on looking at the wheel, I was like, well, it touches 6 ether twice.
Absolutely, because now it has to still go through the creation process, and I'll show you how. After the death of 6 ether, non-ether resurrects again. So you see we at 6 now, and you see that wheel has to come right back to 9 to resurrect. No matter which way you go on that wheel. So we can go 9 at the top, right? And do it counterclockwise if you're looking at the wheel. So it'll drop down, non-ether becomes 6 ether through time and age. Now we at 6. 6 ether becomes ghost through time and age. Now we at 3, right? And what does it say? After the death of 6 ether, non-ether resurrects anyway. So it still has to go through those ethers to even come back to 9 counterclockwise.
Anyway. Right, exactly. I see.
Right, because mind you, the 2 creations, which is evolutionary, which is the second creation, and tertiary, or what the fuck you pronounce that, newbie?
Tertiary.
Thank you. Which is the third creation, is nothing more or nothing less than what?
Ghostational.
Right, which is the breath of life, the living soul, and the existing conscious being. There's nothing racist about this. This is science. Yes, we know that we are, or we do have the breath of life, right? That's our third form of creation. The living soul, and also the existing of consciousness in us. That's your third creation.
Now we're going back into the 9 again after 6 ether dies and becomes 3 ether. That's when 9 ether is born again. We're moving, resurrecting.
Right, because then you give up the ghost. Because the third creation is ghostational. So you give up the ghost. You give up the breath of life. When you die by yourself, right, you become the last stage of death, which is the first, which is one of the 3 stages of creation. You give up the life, the breath of life. You give up the ghost, the spirit or the soul that occupies your body. And now you become a conscious being. And a conscious being is nothing more than conscious gases.
Right, and you have to manifest.
Which means at that point you are now behind hydrogen back to ether. Listen, don't mistake non-ether you for non-ether existing.
I think that's what I'm doing too. Okay, I think
that's what you're doing. Right, that's what you're mistaking that. Once you become nothing but gas again, conscious gases, that's where you're at your ether, your non-ether state. You look like non-ether beings that grew the universe. Don't get us wrong. Don't get me wrong. We look like, we resemble them motherfuckers.
Right.
Because we are the evolutionary descendants of the real woolly-haired non-ether beings that came along and grew with the universe. Okay? But because what is it called now? The wheel of existence and time on this side of hydrogen, non-ether has to go through 6 and 3.
Right.
All the ethers anyway, because we're on this side of hydrogen. We're not ether beings. We are not non-ether beings. We are just in non-ether form on this side. But we are not non-ether beings. In order to go from form, from flesh, from physical, you have to go back behind hydrogen in order to be pure conscious gases. Conscious and conscience or conscientious gases. And that we are not. We are just conscious beings. There it is. That's it right there. Say what? I can't hear you, Tony. Zena's having a hallelujah moment. Say it again, Tony.
So like you said, we can't be those non-ether beings. But in the physical form, I mean, we're not albinos, so we're not 6 ether beings. So in a sense that make us non-ether beings, but not the original non-ether beings.
Answer that question again. I'm sorry.
Like the 6 ether beings are I call all the animals, basically, all the straight-haired stringy, all the straight-haired people. Whether it be the Caucasian or the Indian or the Arab or whatever, they're all like 6 ether beings.
Okay, but you're only saying that they would be only 6 ether beings because of their what? Their color or their hair texture or what?
No, I'm saying they're the descendants of those that bailed out at 6 ether instead of growing to 9. They just bailed out.
That's right. Which means that they only would have 6 of the conscious and conscientious gases. That's all it takes is to get to the other side of hydrogen. Is at least 6 ethers.
Right.
To come on this side of hydrogen. 1 ether, you can't get to this side of hydrogen. 2 ether, you can't do it. 3, you can't do it. 4, you can't do it. 5, you can't do it. 6 or 9, you can go from behind that hydrogen and manifest in form. Because then you will become the side of hydrogen, you will become light, energy, and matter. And then you'll go down to the second creation, where then you will be born into or created be created into density, matter, atom, cells, and organisms and bodies. Then once you get all that, you come down to the third, to the body, soul, and spirit, which is the third creation. So it takes 3 forms of creation in order to even manifest on this side of life.
That's what I'm seeing. That's
why it's not racism, it's science. Because even what you're looking at, all those people or Caucasians or Mongoloids or Arabs, whatever you want to call them, it still took them from behind hydrogen to manifest in front of hydrogen to become energy, light, matter. Then take on the second form or the second creation, which is what? Matter, density, matter, atom, cells, the organisms, the bodies. Then manifest on the third, which is the breath of life. They got that too in them. The living soul, they got that in them. The ghost, all of us have the ghost in us.
Okay.
You have to go through the 3 stages of creation in order to manifest on this physical form. In this physical form, you still have to go through the 3 stages of creation. They were all ether before coming on this side of hydrogen.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And they were all ether before becoming on this side of hydrogen. Absolutely.
Exactly. All right.
Don, I have a question.
And don't forget this. Hey, Triple, don't forget this. Now, check it. Let me say this real quick, Triple. Okay, Tony? Overstand this, okay? Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Therefore, the Melanites and their evolutionary descendants are the personification of the original creative forces. Who? 7 in all. Okay? 7 in all. As the 7 species of Riskians, you have 7 species of Melanites or Nubians called Negroids, right?
Right.
And you have 3 species of Mongoloids and 2 species of Caucasoids. Now, here's your science, not racism. Now, the 3 species of Mongoloids, the 2 species of Caucasoids, the 7 species of Melanites, all growing out of the original Nubians. Even the 2 species of Caucasians grew out of the original Nubians.
They just didn't grow within in the beginning.
Hell no. It grew out.
I see you. I see.
Absolutely. It grew out of the original. It grew out of non-ether. So thus out of non-ether come 6 ether beings. That's why it says non-ether will become 6 through time and age. 6 ether becomes ghost through time and age. 6 ether albino is non-ether in death. Nuwabians in death. And ghost is the death of 6 ether. And after the death of 6 ether, non-ether resurrects again.
All right. You cut the light on with that one. All right.
Yeah, they all grew out of the original non-ether beings. Caucasians and Mongoloids. They grew out of the original Nuwabians or the Negroids or the Riskians. Absolutely.
It just cracked the racism. I just look at them like they just did niggas.
Well, yeah, because when you're looking at an evolutionary stage take place. So you're looking at a dead Negro, a dying Negro. When you see Caucasians, you're seeing a dying Negro. That would be an evolutionary force takes place. An evolutionary stage. That's the second stage of creation, even though it's the second stage of death for non-ether. See? The second stage of creation, but it's also the second stage of death for non-ether. Because when what? Because 6 ether is the death of non-ether. A non-ether will become 6 ether through time and age, die.
Exactly.
Come on, wait, I got Triple first, King, and give a little bit more patience. Hey, Triple.
Hey, Dawn. Hey, everybody. How you doing?
What the hell you doing now?
Some said get up and listen to this shit, so I got up and listened to it. I don't know if it was you, I don't know who it was, but I heard, so I called in. Anyway.
It's an honor.
You did kind of already answer the question I was going to ask. What I was going to ask is, why would they choose to come in as a form that is not what we would consider to be non-ether? So this non-ether...
There are so many different time zones that are happening. You see what I'm saying? They didn't all come at the same time. When you're watching an evolution take place in different times on this side of the planet. That's what you're watching.
You answered the question. You already answered it because it came in waves. So we're seeing this stage that we're in right now, this wave. There's a whole set of waves before that. Because you're right, it is an evolutionary process or a devolutionary process. Makes sense to me. I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you're watching now. That's what we're seeing. So it's not that when you see 6 ether, you just basically, when you see any individual in 6 ether form, like Caucasian, you're seeing the death of non-ether in them. So that means that they had to be non-ether first before you could even see a 6 ether form in Caucasian. Non-ether was present, and in their time, they became 6 ether. When you see a Caucasian, you're looking at time evolution taking place from 9 to 6. That's what you see in that Caucasian.
Okay, so that's why they
just like when you see
life in this.
Right, just like, because remember now, our universe is dying. This is why we're in evolutionary form. Because before there was ghost or 6 ether, it was all non-ether prior to this on this planet.
Okay. Well, like
and because that wheel has changed from 9 to 6 is what you're seeing evolution take place in the universe, which we resemble the light. We resemble the universe. So if the universe is dying, that means 6 ether evolutionary forces is taking place. Because the color that we have now shows you, the form that we're in now shows you the death of non-ether. Because the universe is dying.
Wow. Because we're not jet black like they were.
Well, no, it has not. Well, yeah, you can say that. And we damn sure is not conscientious as well.
Right.
It's conscious, but not conscious in inches. That's why we have to get from behind hydrogen, or like he say, get from behind the non-ball. So you have to come from hydrogen and go back to ether. And there is a way to get to ether even on this physical form. Because if Anu can come down uninformed to inform and be detected, okay, and what you call your time and space, so can you do the same thing. And that is simply staying up for about 3 days, 72 hours, you already get from behind the hydrogen. You're already in ether now. You're working off of gases.
Hold up. You said if I could stay up 3 days.
Yes, you'll be behind hydrogen. You'll be working off of ether, pure ether, gases.
Try that shit. You gotta try that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is right.
Yeah.
The last time I did that, I thought I was God, honestly.
Exactly. Become God, for real.
I'm about to try that.
Yeah. That's why they like to keep the spell asleep on the being.
Right.
Yeah. Because then you'll be on the other side. You will actually start to go through the planes of existence.
All Eyes on Egypt presents the Holy Tablets, backed by popular demand. Written and transcribed by Dr. Malachi Zodak Yokel, the receiver. This is the scripture that is divinely inspired that will bring about a long overdue change. Like the phoenix bird rising up out of its ashes. Up, you mighty people, come forth like Lazarus from the tomb. This tablet is food to feed the hunger and to nourish the soul, to give it strength. Rise up, stand up. Be counted amongst the people of this world. Be the first to get your copy of the Holy Tablets while supplies last. At All Eyes on Egypt, Monticello, Georgia, 706-468-2319.
Tune in to the El Holy Tablet Show every Friday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on WGAG Radio.
Yeah, buddies. Welcome everybody to the El Holy Tablet Show. Hope y'all enjoying y'all Sabbath, baby. Tell me y'all enjoyed that first hour in 16 minutes. Man, first hour was June 26th. I can't remember the year though. Added that from man to Allah. You already know one of the El Holy Tablets clips. I think that's one of our second time maybe doing the El Holy Tablet show. Way back in the days. A great day. Great day to everybody tuning in. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. Great day to everybody over there on Lockdown Radio again. We're streaming into YouTube. Special shout out to Asaru. What up, baby? One time for my man Quincy Thomas in the building. Wendy Squad Mafia. What up, babe? Nora 8. Anybody else? Great day, Nora 8. Anybody else over there, man? Just say something in the chat room, baby. Don't just come up in this bitch without speaking, man. Special shout out to where I'm at, Al Talk, Don Nicoleon, the after party, baby. That's our 24-hour voice activated chat room. Please believe it. On Pal Talk, all you gotta do is type in the search. Well, install it first. You gotta install Pal Talk. Once you sign up and do all that shit, type in the search the after party. You'll see it. Don Nicoleon, the after party. That's where we at. That's where we be, baby. 24 hours a day is a voice-activated chat room. Great day, Arishka Gall 2020. What up, baby? Special shout out to my man, Ethereum. What up, boo? Gotta show some love to my man, Focus 720. What up, baby? Focus been in here all day in the after party, man. Special shout out to Ja Elohim Busy. My lady, Miss Hudson, one time for Nefertiti. Great day, Nef. Sister X in the building, Sugar P, J1, what up? And I got to give a shout out to all my peoples over here on the call lines. If you need the call-in number is 5. Damn, what's the number? 515-607-9828 or 425-569-5274. If you can't get in, that's simply because your cell phone provider wants to charge you extra to listen to this damn show, which they don't charge nobody else extra on the fucking planet to listen to a goddamn radio show. So get rid of your fucking service provider. Go to Xfinity. Go to xfinitymobile.com. Get you something from there. Boost Mobile. Some of the folks use Boost Mobile and they able to call and they ain't getting charged extra. Or My Family Mobile. That'll get you in, baby. But myfamilymobile.com. Yeah, but great day to everybody on the call lines. We got somebody with their hands up. 574-341. Did you mean to push one?
I did.
Okay, you did. Great day. How are you?
I pushed one for a fucking razor that day. That's what I did. And I tell you this, a Southern you know what? A Southern mix right there is different than what you're doing right there. It's what you're doing right now. I grew up on the side of a mountain there. And if you grow up on the side of a mountain in Alabama, you know what happens? One leg gets shorter than the other leg there. It just does, baby. You just go up there, and that's what happens. And you just have generation and generation and generation after growing up on the side of a mountain, and then eventually one leg grows shorter than the other leg. So you know what that means? We adjust. That's why I like music. I do. I love music. Right there. Hey, you can get them as gardeners there, and they can just go ahead and do your gardening, and they can just clip it and just whatever they do there. But they're much shorter, and I don't believe you have to pay them as much. I don't believe it. The pay scale is the same way. It's not in Alabama. And you just go ahead and you just clip and clip and clip right there. It's just like on the side of a mountain there in Alabama when one leg is shorter than the other right there. And you just sort of, you just adjust. Your family adjusts to it right there. Now, Jakey, don't listen to Jay Wayne at all. Don't listen to him at all. But let me tell you something about a goddamn gold right there, a flat little area there, and you got midgets. And sometimes, you know what I put in the shed? A hooker. And then, you know the worst thing in the world to put in the shed is a damn hooker. They smell terrible. After in the summertime, good Lord, it sounds like you killed 6 hippies. Like, you just can't put hookers in the shed there. You just can't do it. So I figured that out there after one. It only took me one hook. Now, I put a hooker in the shed there. And I let it just marinate and just cook along there in the hot summertime. And it got really bad. And I didn't know that was going to happen.
You finished?
I guess I got 100 more jokes, but okay. They're all bad. They're all bad jokes.
Yeah, when you get some good ones, call back in.
All right, yeah, fuck you. How about that? You can kiss my motherfucking ass, because I got a bunch of good ones. I got a bunch of good ones.
Well, so far they wasn't as good.
On your show. Really? Okay. All right. I'll call back. Let me go back through my shit there.
Yeah. Go back through it and try it again. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Hang up.
Okay.
Hang up.
Well, good for you for telling me, man. No, man. Good for you for telling me that you didn't like them. All right. I got more. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Figure out which one good. Call in to other few shows and see how they respond, and then hey, come back and try it over here. Have a great day, sir. Peace. All right, goddamn it. L's Holy Tablet Show, baby. We are in season 5, episode 19. Back to the beginning. The Disagreeable Cuthites, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so everybody know how the Holy Tablet Show go on WGAG Radio, right? All right, we start to read because this is where we at. We in the Disagreeable Cuthites. And you can say stop, rewind, bitch, what, say it again, what, or come in and set the record straight, or ask your questions, it don't fucking matter, or sit your ass back and enjoy the goddamn show, all right? All right, let's go. right, ladies and gentlemen, bring it up to the stage for the El Soli Talent Show. Please put your hands together for the one and only Top Muggs. El, great day, baby.
Great day, Don.
Great day, babe. I ain't heard from you in a while. Everything been good?
Yeah, everything is all well. Yes. Part of
Were
my
you on the show last Saturday?
Nah, I had to get myself together.
Okay. I understand.
But everything's great. Yeah.
Wish I had time to get myself together. God damn it.
You're already together.
I disagree. God damn it. Hey, we're about to get into the disagreeable Cuthites, by the way. The Cuthites now. Okay, not the Kush. Not the Kush. Okay. But the Cushites. All right. So, well, I'm glad you're forward, baby. And seem like you got yourself together right now, right? You good?
Yeah, I'm great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right. I feel you, baby. All right. Okay. So, hold on. Let's check Jokey Smurf out. Let's see if this shit works. This way. All right. If you suck this time, don't call back in. Okay. Come on. What you got?
I had a unicycle, and I rode it all the way from the trailer park there. And I had a unicycle, and I was pedaling away. Just pedaling away on my unicycle. And damn, you know what I got? A cup 12 pack Bud Light, and it's coming back the other way. And you know what happens if you're on a unicycle and you pedaling? If you can imagine this, and I'm pedaling, and I fell in the ditch. I did. I just slid in the ditch right there. You know what happened to me? I didn't have a seat on my unicycle. I knew that I didn't have a seat. I knew it when I went there, and I came back, and I knew I didn't have a seat when I came back. And I came back with no seat on my unicycle, and I'm just pedaling away, and then I had two 12-pack in each, and they're heavy. And you know,
all right, that's us.
Something happened there.
That's us.
I don't want to talk about it. And it had rust on it. So I believe it got tested. Somehow I got tested. I don't know how I got it, but it just went right up. I just went right down the damn bit there. And I had a 12-pack in each hand. And
that shit ain't funny. That shit ain't funny.
And I hit a rock, and I went down the sideways right there in the deep.
This shit ain't funny, man.
I don't believe that's even medically possible.
Okay, that was funny. All right, thank you. Good night. All right. God damn.
What you got? You're hard to make laugh, but if I make you laugh, I'm good.
I'm only laughing because your ass stupid.
Yeah. Well, I got 20 more. Believe me. I got a girlfriend from Vietnam named Buck. You want to talk about that one?
Nope.
Nope. You know how they pronounce the regular English language? They pronounce those letters there a little bit different than we do.
All right, I'm about to hang up on your ass.
Well, she was behind me.
I'm about to hang up on your ass. I ain't got time.
And we hit a rock, right? and then she flew up ahead of me there, and I said, "Son of a bitch, there's fuck and fuck." She flew ahead of me right there. She flew right ahead of me there.
Okay.
Well, that's a joke.
Yeah, that's up though. That's up.
No,
all right,
no,
baby.
that's
all right.
that's
We got
really
a long.
funny.
We got. Hey, that shit ain't fucking funny. I'm hanging up now. I'm hanging up on you.
All right, okay, all
I'm
right,
hanging
baby.
up on you. All right, baby.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
Good
Bye.
night.
Get your ass on. Down. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, y'all ready for the L Solar Tablet Show? What up, Ned Nurses? That's one of yours, Ned Nurses. That's your degen. That's a nurse. That's one of yours, ain't it, motherfucker? Shit. Anyway, all right, y'all. We about to get into this Disagreeable Cuthites. This bitch here is 494 goddamn verses. We're gonna take our time. All right, Tammuz. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
So this son of a bitch here is logged than a motherfucker. And I'm glad you're here too, because you do certainly take your time. So I'm glad you're here. Everybody else like to read and just rush on through it. You take your time because you want to get clarity. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right, 494 verses. All right,
Yeah.
we're in the third edition of the 262. Lord have mercy, El Cologne. We're in the third edition of the El Soli tablets. We're on page 262, ladies and gentlemen. Chapter 3, El MUSTAWATHEE'YA, the scientist. For those that don't have the book, you can go to Holy Tablets with an S, .nubianfacts.com, and it'll get you there. For those that's over here in Lockdown Radio, I have the link that's already got the page up. That's the page for y'all. I put it in the chat room. Anybody else needs it over here in the after party, there it is right there. Click on it. You're already on the page, just in case. All right? So, let's get into the El Soli tablet. Shout it. Oh, let me say this. Special shout out to everybody that showed up and blessed the fucking mic last night. Last Friday of the month, Freestyle Fridays was off the chain. Just gotta give a special shout out to everybody that showed up, man. It was basically a poetic fest, man. That shit was so hot. So hot. Off the chain than a motherfucker, man. I love it. I've been inspired, Tammuz, to get back in poetry, man. So some real poets showed up. And I was repurposed on the show last night. Special shout out to Gangsta Granny. A lot of y'all know her, by the way. When I added her or sent a friend request to her when she came on the show, rocked with her for a while, I noticed that so many of those, I think we had over 31 friends, mutual friends. Yeah, ain't nobody told me about it. I'm a little upset about that. But yeah, it was truly a blessing, man. All right, so tablet 4, the Disagreeable Cuthites. We about to get into it. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, Tammuz, me and you gonna play tit for tat on this, okay?
Okay.
If you can. Yeah, I'll start it off, and if you want me to stop or whatever, go back, or you want to talk about some things, let me know, and I'll do you the same way. All right?
Okay.
And anybody else, feel free to comment, call in if you, want to do your thing. It's 494 verses. All right, tablet 4, the Disagreeable Cuthites, El Cologne. Lo, the Cuthites rejected the ambassadors. Oh, wait, let me take you back. Let me take y'all back. The Trustworthy is the last tablet that we read, Tammuz.
Okay.
And the Trustworthy, right, was sent to negotiate or to ask 2 tribes where they basically participate in the experiment. Okay? Got it?
Yes.
And these are your ambassadors, the Trustworthy. They were selected. And that's Gabriel, Zodok, Mikael. I'm missing somebody. Oh, it was Nagal, Inky, Gabriel, and Mikael. They came down and spoke with these tribes. One happened to be the High Willowites or the Hollowlites from Eve, the Ta'ites tribe, the Pygmies, And the other one is basically from the Hindus or the Kuthites, the Kushites, the Kuthites. Got it?
Yes.
All right.
So
when Mikael and this gonna show you here, but it says that they were rejected. If you see it, in the first verse, in tablet 4, the Kuthites rejected the ambassador Gabriel and Mikael. Okay, but they selected Nergal and Enki to be their ambassador. That's Adam's side, Cadman's side of the family. Okay, they rejected Mikael and Gabriel. You got it? Right. Okay, but they accepted Enki and Nergal because of their nature. You understand? And that's fucked up because Mikael was converted from disagreeable to agreeable. And remember, the Kuthites are disagreeable. So that's in the trustworthy tablet, that they were selected to go down and be the ambassadors of the Zodakites. Okay? All right, so that's where we at now. And now it's about to take place, and he's about to explain all this, what happens, tablet 4, the disagreeable Kuthites. And that's pretty much it that happened in last Saturday. It was more information, as a matter of fact, I just thought about it, of the trustworthy. It's more in it, but I should have played it. I didn't know you were going to come on. I would have played the tablet 3 for the first hour, one you missed, but you'll catch up. If you got any questions or, do our best. Of course, me and Zena argued back and forth over the word fear and a few other shit last Saturday. Not really argue. All right, so El Kalum, tablet 4, the disagreeable Kuthites. Lo, the Kuthites rejected the ambassadors Gabriel Zodak, who is the son of Raziel and Zamael. And they rejected Mikael Zodak, who is the son of Enki and Damkina, who were called El Musalamat. Yet, they could not refuse Enki himself, also known as Israel Zodak, son of Anu and Id, because the Kuthites were of a disagreeable nature. They were called El Kafurat, those who conceal what they know to be true, called Kafarun, in Ashuric, Syriac, Arabic, Kafarun. Nergal became ruler of the Kuthites, a disagreeable tribe. Ninti and Ninki, I'm all wrong, Kalum. Ninti and Enki were on the surface of Eridu, falsely called Earth, while Erishkigal and Nergal were in Zuab or Abzu. All of them were the children of Anu, who were rulers of the skies. The Enkiduites were of a barbaric nature, and they stood 7 feet tall, and they were covered with 6 ether fur from head to toe. So from this, you get the word barber. Some of y'all go to the barber today. The Enkiduites originally came to Tiamat, which is now called Earth, to hunt dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals. Pre-Adama story. They loved it so much that they claimed it as home. The Ta'ites, also known as Kishites, were on Tiamat, now called Earth, when the Enkiduites arrived. The Ta'ites came from the original genus Homo, a being that emerged from the water, who stood 4 feet tall and were called pygmy, yet they possessed a passive nature. The scientists bred 2 extreme natures, okay? They bred 2 extreme natures, the barbaric Enkiduites, 6 ether, and the passive Ta'ites, 9 ether, to get the Homo erectus, which were the upright beings. The nature...
Hey, Don. What verse are you on?
20, unless I skipped something, did I? 263?
Nah. It's just that I'm getting a different reading on this on the holy tablets.
You got the book.
No, I do, but I'm on the computer, and I don't. It's not reading what you're saying. So what was number 20? Yeah, you said 20.
I'm on verse 12. Let's go back to 262 because the page turned white, didn't it?
Yes. So it just didn't sound what you was reading.
Okay, so your page after the Inky Duites on verse 11 originally came to Tiamat, verse 12, which is now called Earth, to hunt dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals. Verse 13 should say that's pre-Adam's story. And verse 13 goes in to say they loved it so much that they claimed it as home.
Right.
Do you see it? You okay?
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay. And then next it say the Ta'ites, also known as Kishites, were on Tiamat, right? Okay.
Well,
yeah, that's it.
Okay. That's it. It's just okay.
The page is white, right?
Yeah, but I just maybe it just took me off the verse that you was on. Okay.
Yeah, you got to turn the page, right? Yeah, so 13, they love it so much that they claimed it as their home. Okay. And they're talking about the Inky Duites.
Okay. I think I'm good.
Okay, 14, you got the Ta'ites, also known as Kishites, right?
Right, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the Ta'ites, also known as Kishites, were on Tiamat, now called Earth, when the Inky Duites arrived. The Ta'ites came from the original genus Homo, a being that emerged from the water who stood 4 feet tall and were called pygmy. Yet they possessed a passive nature. The scientists bred 2 extreme natures, the barbaric Inky Duites, 6 ether, and the passive Ta'ites, 9 ether, to get the Homo erectus, which were the upright beings. The nature of the 6 ether Homo erectus were extremely barbaric from the original Hindus. Thus, they were called Behemoth, the beasts of the field, who was also bred into what later became known as Halub or Phlugoroids. They were bred 2,400 years before the cursed seed of Canaan, who was born an albino but cursed a leper. Yet the nature of the 9 ether Homo erectus, called Nubans, was extremely passive, along with all the seeds bred by their mixing between them and the taller tribe called Danakil. Don't forget that the Homo erectus also mixed with the Danakil. Got it? The 9 ether Homo erectus, called Nubans. That's important. And the Danakils are from the planet Risk. The original members of the Halub Phlugoroids and the Danakil never existed. Nope, this is all wrong. The original members of the Halub Phlugoroids and the Danakil never exit the caverns of the earth to become surface dwellers again. Many of the dissatisfied amongst them came to the surface. They are often called the 7 men of the caves, with their backs to the light, seeing only shadows of themselves. But of their seed did these tribes of beings come: the Negroid of the Danakil, dark skin, woolly hair, wide nose, big lips, and the Caucasoid of the Phlugoroids, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and pale skin. Also in the caverns of the earth, not as far down as Shambhala, for there are 8 caverns. Therein you'll find the Tiro, as they are called by the Germans, or Germans are also known as Almani. However, originally they are called Sunanan or Sinin, the Teros. The Teros, for those who need to know, they're like the cone heads, if you ever watched that movie, the Teros. You also find the Wani, also called leprechauns or bucks. And you also have the Deros, originally called Sumunin or Samin.
and the Ganesha, or Ganesh, or Ganesa, and Gananapi. That is the fourth and favorite son of Siva. He was called the king of obstacles and the leader of Impish, attendants of Siva. He was used before battles to prevent snags and hindrance. He is portrayed as an elephant's head and a pot belly and 2 forearms, often holding a pot of sweet meat and radish, or holding one of his tusks in his hands and prayer beads. Y'all seen, especially if you watch American Gods. The fact that this Hindu deity has an elephant head and trunk is no coincidence. And you also have the Shayuk, or Danakil, who originally left the planet Risk and took residence in Shambhala, but eventually had to set up their own cavern. The chief of the Danakil, called Rabboni Fakur, the Negroid seed, or Moor, married a Sunanin, a Taro, the Mongoloid seed, a brown seed chieftain's daughter named Lucinus, against her will, just to establish peace in the cavern. She did not want to marry a Danakil, this Taro, conehead chick. For the Danakil were being attacked by the Samin, or the Deros, your big, fat, nasty, Jabba the Hutt looking. Samin Taro were supposed to keep under control because they were violent, destructive, and aggressive beings, the Deros. So, to bring about a peaceful coexistence, the chief of the Teros, whose name is Lamsa, gave his daughter to Fakur, the chief of the Danakil. Can y'all follow it? Mm-hmm. Can you follow it, Tamur?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, because this is about to get into the whole Yakub story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fakur, the chief of the Danakil, gave his daughter, Radia, to Lamsa, chief of the Teros, to marry his oldest son, Hatif. Lucinus, the Taro female, bore Fakur no children. She, by shadow hour, left the caverns and went to the surface and sought out Fakur's brother, Yishak. Another word for Yishak is Isaac, okay? This is where they get Jacob and Isaac's story from, all right? It's why Yakub, actually Jacob. There's no J in Hebrew. It was pronounced Yakub. Son Isaac, Ishak. So 36, who lived, okay, let me take it back to 35. Okay, Lucinus bore Fakur no children. She, by shadow hour, left the caverns and went to the surface and sought out Fakur's brother Yishak, who lived in the best part of the planet in the enclosed garden in Saudi Arabia in Mecca. She was welcomed by Yishak, who hated his twin brother Fakur, who took his wife, Lucinus, as his own. Fakur and Yishak had 5 other brothers, namely Amo, Hasi, Rama, Aksad, and Tunde, all save the first 2 stayed within the caverns. Amo, who is also a runaway, lived 20 miles outside of the enclosed garden at the site where the bodies of Cadman and Eve are buried after Mount Arafat. There was originally a village within which, in an illegitimate birth between Yishak and his brother Fakur's wife, Lucinus, occurred. Lucinus was mad at her father, Lamsa, for giving her away, for she always longed to marry a Tero, such as herself. So she, out of anger, had a child by Yishak, the disagreeable yet reformed brother of Fakur. So her child would be of no service to her tribe. Can you follow that so far?
Yes.
Lucinus, conehead, all right, a Teros. She wanted to marry her own kind. The problem was that the Deros the big fat Jabba the Hutt, nasty motherfuckers, was killing off the Danakil. And the Teros is supposed to protect the Danakil or keep the peace between the Deros and the Danakil. So in order to keep this peace and prevent the Deros from killing off the Danakil, they married off. So the leader of the Teros, Lamsa, gave his daughter to Fakur because he's the chief of the Danakil. Got it? His daughter, the Teros, to Fakur to be his wife. And Fakur gave his son, Hatif, to marry one of the Teros' daughters, the chief of the Teros, Lamsa daughter. Got it? And so Fakur's wife now is Lucinus, the Teros. She left. She would leave at night and go fuck with Yishak, the twin brother of Fakur. They ain't like each other. That's where you get Isaac from. Yishak. And so, boom. So out of anger, 41, so she out of anger had a child by Yishak, the disagreeable yet reformed brother of Fakur, so her child would be of no service to her tribe. They gave birth to an unsightly being with the head the size of two men by no fault of his own. As a child, he was the object of much attention because he had the head the size of two men. And when he grew up, many referred to him as the what? Big-headed scientist. The big-headed scientist. Right? Yaqub, as he was called, wanted to get revenge on his people for their scorn and their mockery. This was an opportune time for disagreeable Pleiadians from Pleiades, a star cluster in the Taurus constellation, to tap into his brain and inspire in unsightly things. Shalom, Ariella. How you doing today? So, 45, he was led to have faith that he would create a race of people that will rule over his own people and then the whole planet. The people around him that got air of his diabolical plan would ask him, will these people be wicked and warlike? He simply answered, only I know that answer. You do not. He knew that he would be their God. He got his idea 8,400 years ago. The process would take 600 years, which would take him to the year 7,800. Yet the cursed seed of Canaan would manifest 6,600 years ago, according to their story or their history. This God, Yaqub, created his own Adam in his image, after his likeness, in the image of a human being, wicked and weak-minded, that was overcome with jealousies and envies. He was born with an inferiority complex and to subject the world to their wish of superiority. A new man, a kind of man, simply mankind, kind of sort of, but not really ish like. Yaqub owed his peculiar appearance to the fact that he was mixed. For Teros were hydrocephalic, and Yishak was a Danakil who also had a large cranium. But his wife, named Lucinus, was herself disagreeable from the tribe of agreeable Teros, who had a dome-shaped skull. This combination produced the unsightly Yaqub. The Teros lived in an adjacent cavern to the Danakil. The Tero Lucinus refused to stay amongst the Danakils, for she was always teased about her cone-shaped head. Thus, she came to the surface to seek out the surface Danakil. This surface-dwelling Danakil, who was brother of her husband Yishak, was abstract looking amongst surface dwellers, for his cranium was extremely large. This mixture gave birth to Yakub. Yet they were the wisest of the wise in that land. They referred to them simply as the aliens because of their contact with the Palladians. Not only did Hassan have a head the size of two men, but two brains, both activated by visitors from Aldebaran, a double star in the Taurus constellation in Pleiades, a cluster of stars in the Taurus constellation. His name was called Yakub, who was also known as Yaakov, son of Yishak. He is also known as Yakub, Y-A-K-U-B, as well as Yakub Har, Yaakov El, or Bar Yishak, son of Yishak. His mother's name was Lucinus, the Tarot of the original tribe of Lunarians, who came to this planet to dwell beneath the surface. The Lunarians occupied Kingu before the Hindu or the Maldekians came there. She was not in agreement with a Tarot marrying a Denakil for political reasons. Rebelling, being weak and wicked, her trials and tribulations led to her desire to destroy men. Unknowing to her that this was prophesied by the wise 24 scientists called Magus, the Magi, who by the stars who predicted his birth 15,000 years ago and charted this birth to be 8,400 years when he was actually born. So he was born in the house in the land of his uncle Ammo, 20 miles outside of Becca, and later to return there at age 5 with a determined idea to bring about a new people and to teach them to rule for 6,000 years. This creation was not to be perfected or completed until his people reached the place called Pelion. And if I'm not mistaken, y'all got a bike out called that shit now, Pelion. Pelion, a peak, 1,601.9 meters. That's 5,250 feet high of northeast Greece in the mountain region of eastern Thessaly. His beast-like people took refuge in the caves of these mountains ruled by an Enkiduite called Chiron, son of Cronus, and his wife Philara. Cronus was born a centaur because Cronus had his genes spliced with a horse. Cronus did this in order to deceive his original wife, Rhea, also called Raya. Chiron and Artemis were educated by Apollo himself, and together they were the masters of medicine. Apollo was the son of Zeus and Leto, called the deity of light, the sun, alchemy, and medicine, who coined the phrase, know thyself, a phrase used by his followers throughout time. This is their story as recorded by Mormons, okay? Here's the story. Long ago, a spirit child was born named Tagut to a well-known race of blonde-haired, blue-eyed beings. His parents were Jen and Janet, or Janet. Later, he was to be reborn or reincarnated to physical parents. Through obedience, death, and resurrection, the spirit child elevated to be amongst the deities. They believe this one, Tagut, to be their Lord, a heavenly Father, calling him Allahum, El Naor, and Kanaz, who lived near a star called Kalub in the Pleiades constellation, near to their lords and masters. Tagut became the prince of cherubs, and he had billions of spirit children called jinns, that were born, giving him the title Jan, ruler of the jinns. So Allahum, also the heads of the deities, called a great council meeting to decide the destiny of these disagreeable spirit children. Both of the Allahum's elder sons were there, Diabolus and his brother Zeus. A plan was presented to them to go to Tiamat and rebuild there, and then to send these spirit children to live and take on mortal bodies and learn agreeableness from disagreeableness in hopes to alter their nature for the best. Diabolus stood up and put his bid in as savior of the new world, wanting all the glory for himself, forcing all to become deities under him. Thus he became known as Abdalaz. Opposing this idea, Zeus said, why not give them freedom of choice as other beings? The vote that followed was in favor of Zeus. This enraged Diabolus, who convinced a great many of the spirits destined to go to Tiamat, the earth, to revolt. Thus Diabolus became the devil, and his followers became demons. Those who stayed neutral in decision were cursed with black skin. This is your dark-skinned, straight-haired Hindu, also called Dravidians. Those spirit children, destined to be banished from their own star constellation of Kalub, also Caleb, fought on behalf of them, not wanting to be exiled to the planet Earth. They would in time be grafted and would become pale-skinned and be born to human parents. One of the Dravidians and his wife came down to earth as their Adam and Eve to start their race. Then thousands of years after that, a Dravidian named Cronus came in human form to earth from the star-based Kalub to have sex with the virgin Rhea to provide Zeus with a physical body. After Zeus came to adulthood, he took 3 wives, Maya, Metis, and Neosimone. Nemosin. Sorry. He took 3 wives, Maya, Metis, and Nemosin, and fathered a number of children. Amongst them were Opolia, father of Hamathia, from which many pale-skinned earthlings claim to be a direct descendant before his crucifixion. Many think him to be Yeshua bar Dawid, HaMashiach, Yeshua ibn Dawud el-Masud. After Zeus resurrected, he appeared in the land of frogs to the Navajo, who are of the original Israelites or Yisraeli or Yacobites. By 421 AD, the dark-skinned Navajo tribe, called also Lamanites, who are of the original Hopi tribe, had come to this land 16,000 years ago. The name Hopi comes from the word Hapitu Shinumu, meaning peaceful people. The Hopis first settled in Oraibi, Arizona, America. They descended from Hapi, the 4th son of Har. Har means high up on the mountain, the ancient name of Horus of Egypt, whose symbol was the falcon, and each of his sons symbolized a falcon as well, which resulted in the Hopi tradition of the Kachina doll, which is a symbol of the spirit embodying the power of the divine eagle spirit called Kwahu. His other sons were Imset, Krebehisnus, Duamatif, and the last was Hapi, Hapi. They protected the dead. Horus was the son of Osiris and Isis, not to be mistaken with another Horus who was the brother of Set and the son of Amun-Ra, the grandfather of Osiris. They were guided to this sacred place by way of a flying craft, saucer, that was piloted by Kachina, the deity of the Hopi. The deity Masau placed in the hands of the Hopi a set of stone tablets called Teponi, a symbol of power and authority. The Hopis are direct descendants of more ancient Anunnaki, who claim their origin from the star people. The word Anazi, I keep fucking that word up, Anazi, is from a Navajo word meaning the ancient ones. The Anazis built the numerous communal dwellings or pueblos, many now in ruins on the high plateau of the southwestern United States. Hopi prophecies contain stories of the inner earth city called Palawapi, which have secret openings or passageways leading inward and downward to the inner earth, which are located throughout the Grand Canyon area in northwest Arizona, America. They say that the beings that built the inner earth city came from Pleiades. The Hopis also claim that the inhabitants who live in this city are humanoid-type beings, some 7 feet tall with blonde hair, blue eyes, who have small holes in the middle of their forehead containing the third eye, and was the symbol of their telepathic power. These inhabitants that they are referring to are the Phlugoroids. Palalawapi was the name of the Phlugoroids cavern, which has an entrance in the Thessaly Mountains, a region in east central Greece between the Pindus Mountains and the Aegean Sea as well. Their history can be traced to Pleiades, often called Seven Sisters. The Hopi have named them Chohokan, meaning those that cling together. They claim their descendancy had a direct connection with these Pleiadians. They had defeated all the spirit children who were pale-skinned Nephilians called Nephites in a great battle. The battle was recorded on gold plates in cuneiform. Joseph Smith said he had stumbled upon them in his own backyard in the New Babylon in America. Moroni, the last Nephilian. This is what he said. This is the tablet, the gold tablets that he found. Moroni, the last Nephilian, who buried them in hills of Kalmurat, 1,400 years, lasted a descendant of Moroni, son of Mormon, named Joseph Fielding Smith Jr., who was known for his lies and storytelling, who tells of his ancestry, his family members, and their early abodes. He tells of an unusual excitement about religion and how it is to prevail in the Western world, namely New York. He determines to seek wisdom as directed by James, claiming the Father and Son appeared, and Joseph is then called to his prophetic ministry. Being born in Vermont, America, he calls himself Prophet of the Mormons, a German word meaning bugbear or spectre, a hobgoblin, a ghoul, a gargoyle, a spirit, a spook, an ogre, or an ogre, end quote. Also it says, wherefore it was an abridgment of the record of the people of Nephi, and also of the Lamanites, written to the Lamanites, who are a remnant of the house of Israel, and also to Jew and Gentile, written by the way of commandment, and also by the spirit of prophecy and of revelation written and sealed up, that and hid up unto the Lord, that they might not be destroyed, to come forth by the gift and power of God unto the interpretation thereof by the gift of God. This is in the Mormon story, Tammuz.
Okay.
All right, and if we wind it back, he tells you, the Mormons used to, it's amazing because Mormons used to go in nigger neighborhoods and knock on the doors. They would ride the bikes, remember? They would wear white shirts and shit like that, right? Black tie. But their story is, you're the black devil, and they're the God's chosen one. So that's what we were just reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In the beginning, right before this whole shit here, the other part of how their story begins, but they start off saying that you were cursed. You were cursed with black skin.
Right.
Yeah, we all cursed with black skin. Yeah. Yeah, and they got their own book, and everybody okay with that. We got our own book, and everybody got a problem with it. You see how this shit go?
Yeah.
Niggas get their own book, that's a problem. All right, 110. All right, so back to Zaiusis. I think this is him. He was raised to the height of prophethood because he claimed to have had visions. That instructed him to organize an assembly because all Zaiusites' creeds are an abomination, and they disregard the original rules and regulations and of their original purpose, which was the conquering and ruling over the planet and the spawning new families throughout. So Greece became the home of these spirit children who had manifested in the flesh and were indeed goblins. Greece was their home base. Okay? Mm-hmm. That was read further up. Remember, they call themselves, it's a German word, that's how they call themselves Mormons. So now he's giving us, back to Dr. York, giving us your boy, the founder of the Mormons. That's 110. Mm-hmm. Fielding, yeah. So that go back to him. And so now he's in Greece, which is 113. Greece became the home of these spirit children who had manifested in the flesh and were indeed goblins. That's what the word Mormon, it's a German word, means ghoul, goblins, gargoyles, and shit like that. Greece was their home base. Now back to Yakub.
Okay.
The seed of Yakub was to seek them out for unknown reasons. Seek who out? The goblins, the Mormons. Right. The hidden meaning was in the real name Patmos, the place of my own killing. That is Patmos in the Aegean Sea. That is Greece, where this mad scientist Yakub was to create a new race to destroy his own people and himself. Yet he died at the age 150 and never saw the completion of his creation. They were all to be healthy, strong, and good breeders. This new god, Yakub, made the Phlugoroids by genetic splicing called grafting. They were called Jews, G-E-W-S, or Jews, J-E-W-S. You hear this shit? Don't this go hand in hand with what Don Nicoleon show on Friday? Don't it go hand in hand? Y'all still alive out there? You weren't here on Friday, Tammuz. I played Rabbi Finkelstein. Yeah.
When he was talking about the bodies and using McDonald's.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah, I heard.
Yep. And how they're gonna kill all the white people and all that shit. Yeah. This right there, 118. Circle it. They were all to be healthy, strong, and good breeders. This new god, Yakub, made the Phlugoroids by genetic splicing called grafting. They were called Jews. G-E-W-S or J-E-W-S. And that's interesting because in the interview, Tammuz, the Yahweh pastor interviewing his ass kept calling the Jews what? Jewelry, since they control all the gold.
Okay.
That's where jewelry comes from, the damn Jew, the word Jew, jewelry.
Wow.
Yeah, J-E-W, ain't it? Jewel.
Yeah.
Jew. Yes. All right, so let me do it again. Back to 1:18. They were all to be healthy. This Yakub now. And that's interesting because, because Rabbi Finkelstein said, he said the Negroes or the blacks came down with Lucifer. Do you remember that part? Their father, Lucifer. Yakub is your daddy. 1:19. All right, 1:19. One more time. Wait, fuck it. 1:18. Well, fuck it. They were called Jews. To show forth his power, Yakub. So to show forth his power and his wisdom, declaring himself the righteous. And he made a people genetically and mentally weak to give them the power to rule. Then he intended to eliminate them to show and prove that he is God, always was and always will be. So his mother left Shambhala during the shadow hours. She surfaced and sought out the home of Fakur's brother, Yishak, who lived in Becca. This is where the story of Plato of the 7 men in the cave comes from. Anybody read Plato? I had to read that shit in white man school. Plato. This is Plato writing when he's talking about the vernacular. If you read it, just type it in, Plato of the 7 men in the cave. These are the 7 brothers, namely Fakur, Yishak, Amo, Hasi, Rama, Asad, and Tunde. Plato wrote about the vernacular, the brothers. Yeah, Ishak, Fakur, Amo, Hasi. Anyway, here's what it says. I want you to read this. I want you to be the one to read what Plato wrote.
Who, me?
You mind?
Yeah. No, I don't mind. Okay.
Thank you.
Kalum. Let me show you in a figure how far our nature is enlightened or unenlightened. Behold, human beings living in the underground cave, which has a mouth open towards the light. Here they have been from their childhood and are chained. Here they have been from their childhood and are chained, so they can only see what is in front of them. Behind them a flame of what? Behind them a fire is blazing, and they are not allowed to turn their heads. So like ourselves, they only see their own shadows, the shadow of one another or of objects they possess, which the fire throws on the opposite wall of the cave. What?
The fire meaning the sun, because the cave has a mouth, it's open. So the sun shines on the opposite wall of the cave.
Okay. My thoughts was just taking me to maybe understanding it on a different level, but I'm just gonna keep reading. So we got
he's describing them living in the caverns because they was in the inner cities of the earth. They was in the caverns, the brothers, because they couldn't go out to the surface dwellers because the surface dwellers would see them as aliens, so they hid themselves in the caverns. That's where they stayed.
okay.
Yeah, they stayed in the cave. Short, another word, what? The root word for cavern is cave, or cave.
Okay. Further, this prison has an echo which is heard from people on the outside. The prisoners within have always fancied when one of the passers passing shadow. Read it. The prisoners within have always fancied when one of the passers passing shadow. To them, the truth is literally nothing but shadows. Of true images, they knew nothing. Look again now. Yeah, this shit is kind of like, I see why it was taken.
Expect, man, Plato one of these crackers' favorites. But, Plato, bitch. But yeah, he's seen them. He's seen the vernaculars. But read that part again. To them, the truth is literally.
To them, the truth is literally nothing but shadows. Of true images, they know nothing. Look again now. You see what will naturally follow if the prisoners are set free and come to realize their own error? At first, when one of them is liberated and suddenly compelled to turn his head and look toward the light, he will suffer sharp pains. The glare will distress him. He will be unable to see the realities of which, in his former state of illusion, he saw only the shadows. He will, at first, fancy that the shadows that he formerly saw are truer than the real objects which are now revealed to him. He will be required to grow accustomed to the sight of the upper world. At first, he will see the shadows best. Last of all, he will be able to see the sun in its own proper place and not merely its reflection. He will then understand that the things which he and his fellows have been accustomed to behold, when he remembers his old habitation and the wisdom of the cave and his fellow prisoners, he will pity them. And if the inhabitants of the cave have been in the habit of conferring honors among themselves, he will no longer care for such honors or envy the possessors of them. Let me read that again. And if the inhabitants of the cave have been in the habit of conferring honors among themselves, he will no longer care for such honors or envy the possessors of them. He will endure anything rather than think. What? He will endure anything. Yeah, he will endure anything rather than think as they do and or live after their manner. And if such a one were suddenly to come back out of the sun and place himself again in his old situation, he would be certain to have his eyes filled of darkness. It would be very bad for him if there were a contest and he had to compete in the measuring the shadows with the prisoners who have never moved out of the cave. This is interesting.
Right.
It will be very...
So far before you move on to the next Plato sentence.
Say that again?
What did you get before you move on to what else Plato wrote about the vernaculars? What did you get so far from reading it?
Okay. I'm glad you said that. This is Plato's writing, I'm remembering. Okay, this is Plato's writing. And he's talking about the vernacular, right?
He's talking about the 7 brothers, vernacular.
The 7 brothers.
Yep, living in the caverns, the inner city.
Right.
Right. He's saying if only one wake up, you know what I'm saying? One of those men wake up, you know what I'm saying? Basically wanting to leave now. This is what'll happen. We on page 269 here. I dropped the link. We're reading Plato about the Dinacules. There you go, baby. Yeah. Yeah. If we rewind it back one more time before we get to what else Plato was writing, if you just rewind it back.
Okay.
Where back to the top, let me show you in a figure how far our nature is enlightened or unenlightened. Behold, human beings living in the underground cave, which has a mouth open towards the light. So you can tell that the cave is underground and the opening, you know what I'm saying, to the surface of the earth. You got it? Is where the sun hits it. Got it? The opening towards the light. Here they have been from their childhood, okay, and are chained, so they can only see what is in front of them. Behind them is a fire. Behind them a fire is blazing. That's the sun, and they are not allowed to turn their head. This is metaphoric, okay? This ain't literal,
It is.
all right?
Yeah.
Right? So this is Plato adds. So like ourselves, speaking of other humans who are on the surface, like ourselves, they see only their own shadows. Got it? Because you see your own shadow. The shadow of another one or of objects they possess, right? So, you know, you see your little car, whatever, which the fire throws on the opposite wall of the cave. Got it? That's the sun. That's the light. Further, this prison, because Plato is calling it the prison, this prison has an echo, just like a cave. It echoes, right? This prison has an echo which is heard from people on the outside. Got it? The prisoners, who he called the seven brothers, within have always fancied when one of the passerby passing shadow, get it?
I think so.
They can see them. They can hear them passing the cave, the inner city. Right, the passers-by, passing shadow. And to them, the truth is literally nothing but shadows. Because mind you, they show up at night. The passerby passing by the cave, they show up at night. So he's calling the surface dwellers shadows as well, because that's how the seven brothers Dinacules see them, outside the cave, passing by as shadows as well. So to them, the truth is literally nothing but shadows. Of true images, they know nothing. Got it? You know, so if I walk by at nighttime, you will only see my shadow. Got it?
Right.
Yeah. Look again now. You see what will naturally follow if the prisoners are set free and come to realize their error. Their error is the fact of what? That they think the people that's passing by at nighttime are shadows. The same shadows that the sun hit inside the cave that they see of themselves and possessions. That's the error. Okay? Now keep going. Take it again from at first.
Okay. At first, when one of them is liberated and suddenly compelled to turn his head and look toward the light, he will suffer sharp pains. The glare will distress him. He will be unable to see the realities of which in his former state of illusion he saw only the shadows.
Yeah, because now he's going to be facing where the sun shines in towards the cave. Yeah. When one of them is liberated.
he will at first fancy the shadow that he formerly saw are truer than the real objects which are now revealed to him.
Meaning the shadows are now become real objects, not just the shadow of the object.
Right.
I'm a little pissed off at this shit because I had to read Plato, this bullshit about the 7 men in the caves. I can't believe y'all don't even remember that. And I only been in school for maybe 3 days out the year growing up. But that guy, I still see the white fucking teacher had us read this shit and then try to explain it, but it's about the Denarchius. It's about Yishak and his brothers. Fakur, Yishak, and the other, 5 brothers. The Denarchius. Ain't that some shit?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I can't believe y'all don't remember Plato. Y'all know that thing.
I ain't never had to read it.
Huh?
I never had to read it. I heard of the book, but I never had to read it. No.
Yeah. Yep.
Dog, just to be clear, who is Ammo? Who is the 7 brothers' father again?
These are the 7 brothers, Ammo and all the rest of them. Yishak, Fakur, Tunde, Hasi, and I'm missing some few, but they're on the other page backwards.
Who's their father again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know, but Yishak is the chief. So whoever was their daddy, Yishak, Fakur became the chief of the Denarchius. My bad. They left Risk. The 7 brothers left the planet Risk. So maybe they father and all them motherfuckers still on Risk, but then they came to the planet Earth and lived in the inner city in Shambhala. Remember now, the most important thing about Shambhala is, Talmud, what are some of the other species that live in Shambhala?
The Teros.
Boom. Give me some more.
The Deros.
Boom.
Fugawa.
Okay. So we'll stop right there just with the Teros and Deros. So when they came to live in the inner city of the earth, Shambhala, right, the Deros was killing them off. So maybe the father was also murdered. You know what I'm saying? And that's how Yishak, I'm just guessing. And that's how, Fakur became the chief. Okay. But the Teros is supposed to keep the peace between the Denarchius and the Deros. Got it? The Deros was killing them off. So this is why they had to marry their daughters off to one another for political reasons, and so that the Teros will have a reason to tell the Deros, stop killing off my in-laws. You get it?
Right.
Okay, right. So this is the inner city, but so if the Deros was killing off the Denarchius when they came to the inner city, to the inner cities in the earth, Shambhala is the major city, it's the capital, or Agrita. Well, one of them is the capital. But anyway, so it's a possibility that during the killing of the Denarchius, probably was their father was also killed by the Deros. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, I do.
Okay. Sometimes you got to read between the lines.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah. So the 7 boys, they stayed in the caves after that, you know, instead of being in the major cities like Agrita and Shambhala. But they were in Shambhala. Well, the Teros were in Shambhala. The Denarchius is somewhere around Thessaly in the caves, in the grotto. That's where they're at. That's where Plato saw them at.
Is that Greece? That's over there in Greece?
Yes. Yep, that's Greece. Yeah, they were in a cave, hiding away from everybody.
Okay.
You can continue with Plato.
Okay. He will be required to grow accustomed to the sight of the upper world. At first, he will see the shadows best. Last of all, he will be able to see the sun in its own proper place and not merely in its reflection. He will then understand that the things which he and his fellows have been accustomed to behold, when he remembers his old habitation and the wisdom of the cave and of his fellow prisoners, he will pity them. And if the inhabitants of the cave have been in the habit of conferring honors among themselves, he will no longer care for such honors or envy the possessors of them. He will endure anything rather than think as they do and or live after their manner. Okay? And if such a man were suddenly to come back out of the sun and place himself again in his old situation, he would be certain to have his eyes full of darkness. It would be very bad for him if there were a contest and he had to compete in the measuring the shadows with the prisoners who had never moved out of the cave. In such an instant, the men of the cave would say of him, he went up and down, and he came without his eyes. They will maintain that it would be better not to even think of ascending. Hence, if anyone tried to lose another prisoner from the cave and lead him up to the light, let them only catch the offender, and they would put him to death.
Now that's Plato writing about the Denakil, the brothers, the seven men in the cave. This white man didn't want to tell us it was some ETs that were black, 7 foot tall with big ass heads. I'm mad about that. And I say Mr. White Man because it was a white man in my classroom that I had to we had to read that bullshit. Even his dumb ass didn't know what the fuck it is. What the fuck Plato was talking about. All right, 125. So, and Yishak was put to death for that reason. What was Yishak put to death for?
The scheme, the plan.
126 will tell you.
For violating the sacred oath of the Denakil by marrying Fuqua, his brother's wife.
Right. And you remember why, right? Why he ended up marrying her?
Because she didn't want to marry Fuqua. Well, why he ended up marrying her?
She didn't want to marry no goddamn black ass, tall, big head ass nigga from the planet Risk.
Oh,
she wanted to
okay,
marry her
so
own kind.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why. So she actually would sneak out and go to Yishak's house. Yep. And talk to him and all that shit and had a baby out of spite. She had the baby, Yaqub, simply because she figured that her family couldn't gain nothing from the child that she had. You understand?
Right. But what was the reason why she was supposed to marry Fuqua again?
Because the deer rose was killing off the Nazis.
Okay,
right. And the Taro is supposed to keep the peace, and they were the only species that can control the deer rose. You know what I'm saying? Tell them stop, don't do that shit, and the deer rose will stop.
Who again? Who can do that again?
The Taros.
The Taros can deal with the Deros?
The Taros control the Deros. Yeah.
But the Deros was killing off the Denakil though.
Yes. And
Okay.
the Teros controls the Dero, the big fat Jabba the Hutt ass species. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
And they obey the Tero. So to keep the peace. Yeah. To keep the peace, to give the Dero a reason to stop killing off the Nakio is because once they marry into the family, both giving their daughters away. Got it?
Right.
The Dero would know at that point, stay the fuck away from the Nakio because you're killing off our family members now because they are married. 2 tribes are married. 2 species are family now. So in the sentence that want to be married off to the Nakio, she wanted to marry her own kind, the cone heads, the Teros.
So the Teros are the cone head, and the Deros. What was their physical description again? Was that the one with the big?
Top of the hood,
right.
Man.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Super cool.
Right.
Yeah. The Deros. Yeah. Deros, fat, nasty motherfuckers. They show you that in Star Wars. Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, So the last thing that put the death part in Plato, 125, and Yishak was put to death for that very reason, for violating the sacred oath of the Danakil by marrying Fukar, his brother's wife. This further outraged the already deranged Yaqub, because that's his daddy.
Right.
Yishak is his father.
And that's Jacob.
Yep, Yaqub, yeah.
Jacob.
So
no, Yishak. I'm sorry.
Yishak. Yeah, that's Arabic. And Yishak.
Okay.
No, is that Arabic or Hebrew? Fuck.
Hebrew. Yishak.
This is the
Sound
problem.
like it's Hebrew.
Hebrew, yeah. And of course, there's no J in Hebrew.
So,
that's
okay.
Isaac. Ishak is Isaac.
Okay, Isaac. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
cool. Yeah.
Isaac, yeah.
Isaac,
and
okay.
Yaqub, the J is Y, Jacob. Yaqub.
Okay.
And the Arabic word for Yaqub is Ayub.
Ayub, yeah.
Right.
Ayub.
Right. 127. So this further outraged the already deranged Yaqub, because now they killed his father for marrying his brother's wife. Lucinus is the wife's name from the Teros. The mother of Yaqub was dissatisfied with the tranquility of Shambhala. Living under dynastial rules and regulations, she found the home of Yishak, who took her in, and they birthed the illegitimate child. His mother, Lucinus, overcome by grief at the remembrance of her home, Shambhala, died in untimely death. Interesting that pages earlier, she didn't know that the Magi recorded this birth of Yaqub coming 15,000 years prior to her being married off to Fukor and her leaving Fukor to be with Yishak. So Yaqub's birth was recorded 15,000 years prior to, the inception and conception, that this child would be born. She didn't know that shit. So it was destined anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The Magi's already saw him coming.
Right.
Yeah. So, and of course the brother didn't know either because he killed his own brother. Fakur didn't know that he was not supposed to give a child. The one wasn't supposed to marry her anyway. She's supposed to be with Yishak. You know what I'm saying? If only they knew the prophecies, a lot of murders wouldn't take place. You understand?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, that's the moral of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, out of emotion. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah. So his mother, Lucinus, his mother meaning Yakub, Lucinus, overcome by grief at the remembrance of her home, Shambhala, died an untimely death. And the following year, Yishak was killed, leaving the 5-year-old Yakub parentless. Yeah, this is a really good story. That's why we're going to take our time with Yakub, because from this point on is where all hell breaks loose, and why, you know what I'm saying, he scientifically devised this plan along with, because his brain is so large that the beings of Pleiades are tapping into him. Same way they did Hitler. You know what I'm saying? The same beings started using him and listen, the same race that Yakub was grafting is the same race that Hitler was breeding. Okay? Ain't that something? A superior race.
Yeah.
And the same beings that was telepathic influencing Yakub is the same beings that was in contact with Hitler on the same project. Ain't that something? The same science grafting, the same shit. The Palladians, the Aldebarans.
So Don, aren't the Palladians in the same image and the same likeness of the two of these beings that Yakub and Hitler was trying to create?
Absolutely.
Don't they look like them? Okay.
Yep. Pasty, blonde hair, all that shit. Eyes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're just a superior race of the Amorites or the Caucasian.
No, they wanted to breed a superhuman race. You know what I'm saying? That will rule the world. That's why the Palladians use Yishak, and that's why they also use Hitler. And this is no fucking fairy tale. Like I told y'all, go check out Above Majestic. All the old military niggas during that time in Germany had to spy. During that time in American military had to go over and spy to find out what was going on with the Germans or the Nazis, so to speak, because they were given so much technology. And this one American old military motherfucker in his 90s, damn near dying, sitting in a chair, explaining all this shit. You know what I'm saying? How it all happened, and kept mentioning the Palladians, you know what I'm saying, and the Aldebarans. They influenced and on Hitler and the Nazis. And now, well, not now, but now meaning some years ago, that the CIA.com.gov site had it all on their released all that shit. You go to the CIA.gov or whatever the fuck their website is, and you'll see it all right there in your fucking face.
Okay.
Yep. So it is true, you know what I'm saying, that, well, we knew it was true any fucking way. Dr. York said, Dr. York said it a long time ago when I was a little girl, and I believed the shit, and come to find out CIA revealed it and all that type of shit. So, but this predates Hitler, where they were using Yakub, the Riskian denacule, to graft it first. And of course, you find out that he didn't live to see it happen. You know what I'm saying? We about to get into it. It's 400 verses. We got a long way to ride, baby. Y'all better go get some coffee or some energy drink or a bunch of water, whatever you use. But yeah, it's about to pop up a little bit later.
You know, I'm kind of interested sometimes in their origin, or what's their when did they start wanting to rule the Palladians?
The Palladians, the Ashtar Command. Basically, it's the Ashtar Command.
That's what they are.
Yeah, the Ashtar Command, but they are Palladians from Aldebaran. From the Aldebaran. But you know, everybody got their own plan. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own. Everybody got their own reasons.
But they grew out of us. But they grew out of the melon. They grew out of them. They was also. They grew out of the melanin. Of course, they grew out of the Palladians.
No.
So wait a minute. Like their creation is what I'm really talking about. Like.
Oh, baby, the Palladians are from Pleiades.
Okay.
Right. So
yeah, but I'm saying they're not.
Tammuz, it's so many different ETs out here. You understand? All right, good. Because niggas ain't the only ones out here. Like, out here meaning I don't give a fuck what galaxy, what star constellation, what any of that. So you got all types of different species. Even if you go outside here on the planet Earth, you see different types of species. You see butterflies, you see gnats, you see worms, you see birds, you see dragonflies, you know what I'm saying? You see ducks, you know, you see lizards, you see one breed of snakes, whether it's the diamondback, you know what I'm saying? So you see all types of species even here, right? You see different species of plants, you know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing in the galaxies or on other planets and other constellations.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about. Okay, so when
pops up, you know what I'm saying? When the Pleiadians pops up, or that pasty, or the Aldebarans with the white skin, yellow hair, and all of that, those beings was also shown, just like the Flugeroids. You'll find the Flugeroids were mentioned in the Hopi books, in the Hopi scrolls. You know what I'm saying?
But we talk about where they came from, right? We talk about how they was grafted. I mean,
the
created.
Flugeroids was not grafted. All these beings always existed. What they did was use their DNA to make something of it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay.
They used the DNA of the Flugeroids as well to mix.
All right. I think I'm like just curious of the actual creation of the Palladians. That that part, because they have information though.
Would you like for me to say God created them motherfuckers through this? What up, Miss Danny?
Of course, no. I'm not asking you to say that. It's just that whenever I hear about the Palladians, they be having, information that they kind of kick out in the internet world. So
that's true.
And some of it is, is right and exact, and then of course you could tell that some of it is their way of thinking, but you could find some truth in their doctrine. So I was just trying to get to where they get their doctrine. Okay, going back. So is it fair to say that there's Palladians on the Great Mothership?
Yep, you got all types of species on the mothership. Yeah,
and then we also fair to
all
say
Palladians ain't on the same page.
Exactly. So we got agreeable and disagreeable Palladians.
Well, it all depends on who they agree with and who they disagree with. You know, you're talking to me, baby.
Okay, that's right. Excuse me. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm clear. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but the Ashtar Command. Do you see you see the pictures in your mind's eye? The Ashtar Command now from Aldebaran.
Yeah.
You see them, right?
Yeah, I can.
Little silver suit on, they wearing the shit. You see them right now in your mind's eye, right?
Yes.
Okay. The leader of the Ashtar Command has changed sides now. The leader of the Ashtar Command is working with the Anunnakis and the rest of the Galactical Council to help save humans on this fucking planet.
That's all I needed to hear. I'm clear.
The same leader now is the same one that was spearheading the whole situation with Hitler. to breed the superior race. That was during that time. Yep.
Gotcha.
And they were giving them, technology, the Nazis, Hitler and all them. But yeah, the leader switched sides. It's working on your behalf now.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, so it all depends. We got to finish watching the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see what happens. But yeah, they on they supposed to be on the side of good, but we don't know what good really is. Because if you talk to the devil side is doing good. Is doing good. You know what I'm saying? You talk to Bill Gates, he's doing a good job. He sees what he's doing is good, depopulation. You know what I'm saying? It all depends. You talk to Neff, she'll say depopulation is good. You talk to me, goddamn, so it all depends.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting, right, Ethereum? Ethereum said online, Ashtar Command site says Sananda is their leader. And that's true. Because, remember now, they got, it sounds crazy. They got their Messiah, we got our Messiah. They got their Allahum, we got our Allahum. They got their Sananda, we got our Sananda. You know what I'm saying? And, that's just how it is. It's interesting. So, this shit is wild. If you really look at this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, take your ass to Ireland. You know what I'm saying? They are the children of the Anunnaki. They are the children of Anu, the Irish motherfuckers. So, all this shit just interesting. So as a matter of fact, did anybody remember fucking with Don Nicoleon back in the day? Remember Newman would call in? Remember J1, you remember Newman and New Woman? The white guy would call in and he would be like, Don Nicoleon, you with us, you probably the new man, you're the new woman. And the Pallades, he was talking about, this white guy would call in and talk about the Pallades and all that type of shit, the Palladians and the Aldebarans and all that shit. And of course, they receiving higher intellect like everybody, like us right here, some of us. You know what I'm saying? And you listen to that white guy, he would call in all the time and tell us and say the shit that we already know, but he's on the other side. You know what I'm saying? It's an awakening. So he's on the side of the Palladians, the new man and the new woman, you know what I'm saying, and the new awakening and all that type of shit by way of the Palladians. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say, right? But for those who be listening to Don's show all the fucking time, understand that shit. I'm saying that homeboy will call in. Yeah. So that's why you don't know what's good. You understand, Talmud?
Right.
It's like, what is this shit? Who is good around this bitch?
I got a chance to listen to Dr. York, Descendants, Angelic Beings Descending on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And and he was saying that the white man was the physical manifestation of the devil that came down. They are aliens. And I'm like, okay, but there's more to that story. So it just goes back into seeing the different levels of information.
90 seconds.
They're not the only physical manifestation of the devil. But he wasn't talking about the black devil at the time. He was just speaking of the white, the pale man.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, as we grow in knowledge, then he starts talking about the original devil was black. And I was like, okay.
Oh, do me a favor. Okay. Hang up real quick and call back in. We got 2 minutes. We got a minute now.
60 seconds.
Everybody press your phone. Call back in. You got 57 seconds. The call-in number is 425-569-5274. You might want to hang up and refresh your phone real quick. Shall we about to hit this overtime? Let me say great day to Miss Danny, babe. What up, Miss Danny? I don't know if I missed anybody over there. Ariella, great day to you. All right, let me open up the mic real quick. 760 and Tammuz, your mic is back open.
10 seconds.
Is she Doc?
Yes, it is. I was just on
Great day, baby.
the line. So just to hang up with me. I'm going to stay on mute.
Okay, got you, boo. Thank you. That's she Doc there. Okay, anybody else want their mic open real quick before we Okay, so back to you, Tammuz. Tell me again, he mentioned about the pale skin, but what did he say? We play that show a lot, that class a lot, the Descendants, the Angelic Beings, or whatever the fuck that shit called.
Yeah.
What's the name of it again?
The angelic beings descending on earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of Dr. Young stuff is starting to come up on my news feed. I guess information that I need to remember. But yeah, it was good. It was just I just know that class. We grew more. We got more information from that. After that class. But the person was trying to ask them something like what he said, aliens. He was basically saying that the white man was an alien that came down as a devil. But it's more to that. But I understand what he was meaning at the time when the person was asking him. But yeah. It's levels to this. It's beautiful though. It's levels.
Oh, did you you don't really fuck around with Facebook, but I posted an article that said that scientists are now confirming that Honorable Elijah Muhammad of the white man being grafted 6,000 years ago is basically right and exact by Yaqub. Yeah, okay. What we reading now.
Right.
Yeah. His origin is 6,000. They're starting to basically agree to that. Mm-hmm.
That's just the physical white man. That's not the Palladians.
No.
Right.
No.
Right. Okay, I'm clear.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not the Palladians, but with the Aldebarans, they're not actually white. They're just pasty. But you have yellow hair. But the interesting thing, when we read the scriptures, especially the Koran, where it says that we would gather the guilty blue-eyed, all that type of shit, and they've already been judged. Well, the thing about it is, what Dr. York was striving to convey during that time in the 80s to these Negroes, that you're dealing with ETs. So all throughout these scriptures, he's talking of there's a species of extraterrestrials that came to this planet, including the God that hovered upon the face of the deep with a spacecraft. You know what I'm saying? You get me? Right.
Yes.
So this is all Plan ET.
Right.
This is Plan ET. So yeah, that's the most difficult thing to get these mortals to understand, even though they believe in some God and some angels coming down, but they can't wrap their mind around extraterrestrials or celestial beings coming to this planet as an extraterrestrial. You know what I'm saying? And your government did a good job at hiding that. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't want them to know. Yeah. And it still bothers me, like, even to this day, especially diving into the declassified files of many extraterrestrials' involvement with all the world governments around the world before I was fucking born. And this part bothers me, that the fact that these people, especially niggas though, these people believe in God and angels, right? And believe, though, but they are the only species on that's in this solar system and in this universe. How fucking stupid can you be? You know what I'm saying? That nothing else inhabited the planets, but yet they believe that there's a heaven, and people are in heaven right now, and yet they believe there's a hell, and people are in hell right now. But you know what? What did Rabbi Finkelstein said? He said we did a good job at mind fucking them, brainwashing them. We did a good job. That's why. And so that's why that guy, the interviewer guy said, but we're waking up though. He said we're waking up. Ain't nobody waking the fuck up. I'm saying that. Ain't nobody waking the fuck up. He said, but we're waking up. Yeah.
You know what also I gathered from that recording, that class, is that the future is electronic. I mean, the future is electrical. But you said something a long time ago. But how strong are you with it that if you get an electrical vehicle, someone that's highly electrical can stop or can make it non-function? And I think you were saying that you may not want to have something that a highly electrical being can stop.
Basically, the EMPs, newbie, all of that. And along with the EMPs is that everything is what they call smart. You know what smart means, right?
No, what do you mean?
It's an acronym, baby.
Okay.
Pull it up. It's self-monitoring, analyst, and reporting technology.
Ah.
Right. Smartphone, smart TV, smart refrigerator, smart car, all that fucking smart ass shit. And which, of course, is all computerized, which can be hacked.
Oh, that part.
Yeah, it can be hacked. But that's what SMART stands for: self-monitoring, analysis, and reporting technology. So not only that it's self-monitoring, it also analyzes and also reports.
Okay.
So it's going to report everything we do and say, as well as monitor us. Once it's monitoring us, it's what? Analyzing. Then it's going to report it.
But if we got these phones, it's doing that regardless, right?
You got more than phones, baby.
True.
So it comes to the vehicles, and then, of course, they said that your government quietly, the Democrats, signed and voted in a new bill quietly that every car will have a kill switch in it now. The new cars that come out will have a kill switch.
So we shouldn't be looking to. It's almost feeling like we shouldn't be looking toward the electrical world as far as the cars.
I'm not impressed. Yeah, because it's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous. As they were trying to warn us in the 50s, even though we weren't born, but nobody was listening, to don't let technology into our lives, resist it. But nobody was paying attention. Yeah, because it'll take over our lives. And that's when they started using the Big Brothers watching. That was way back in the 50s, spying on us and all that type of shit with computers, technology. That's why it wasn't called. It was y'all called it modern technology, but those that knew called it more damn technology. More darn technology. Yeah. So, no, I'm not with the smart cars. I'm not with any of that shit.
Gotcha.
But, you know, if the majority was really woke, they wouldn't buy into this bullshit. And because they're not woke, this is still playing ET on whoever side of the ET plan it is.
Outside of the monitoring, you don't think it's still a good idea to have an electrical car outside of the monitoring?
I'm not fucking with no electrical goddamn car. If it is, it'll be a golf cart.
You know, they just approved the flying cars now.
I know. I've been keeping an eye on them for the past 2.5 years. FAA approved one, and I think this is the year after they finish the inspection on the one that FAA approved, the Federal Aviation Administration. Yeah, they got one company got approved for it, and so all they have to do now is finish off. You know what I'm saying? Finish it up. And so they said they should be finished up by 2022. And here we are in 2022, January. Yeah, I've been paying attention to them motherfuckers. Yeah, oh, it's coming. Yeah, it's certainly coming. Okay. Yeah. I mean, ain't nothing I can do about it, but, you know, hey, they already got electric bikes. All these goddamn humans is on a bike that they ain't pedaling.
Yeah, they got skateboards like that. I was blown. I got a skateboard that just be riding. That shit is fly. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, gotta keep an eye on everybody, man. I don't want anything that's chipped in a sense. You know what I'm saying? That shit bothers me. I watched the movie, what is it called? IT. That nigga had a badass Maserati, and this IT tech nigga hacked into it. That motherfucker took control of that nigga vehicle. That's Mel Gibson playing that shit. Took control of his fucking car. He couldn't even control it. And of course, iRobot show you that shit. That's what they want to do. They want to control everything, and which is why I'm not in a relationship. You already got the battle Big Brother shit. The fuck I look like battling big nigga on this control shit. Everybody always want to control your fucking ass. We got a bigger fucking war. We don't need to be trying to fight for control over one another, motherfucker. It's a beast out there want to control me and your goddamn ass. So shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, they want full control, man. Shit. And they in the brain now. They controlling the fucking brains. They want inside and outside. They want to control every fucking thing in you and outside of you, man. Are you fucking kidding me? And the fucking dumb masses can't even see this shit. They all for it because they sell it to the masses like either climate control, which is why they getting this electric fucking cars. They lie to them that the planet about to die, so let's go electric. They scared of people that the planet needs saving, and then they sell them on convenience, basically more laziness, so they don't have to think for themselves. So they buying all these devices that think for them. So that's another sale they got on them. You know what I'm saying? Making that which look good, which is actually bad for them. That's the masses for your ass, though. I was at a travel station today, man, leaving out, and I saw like eight to 10 electric cars charging at a charging station at a traveling center. And I said, ha, these motherfuckers got to sit there and wait till they car charge up. No way in fucking hell. They just sitting there and wait till they car charge. Lord have mercy. I got shit.
You know, Dr. York spoke in that thing, in that class about the dependency on fossil fuel and how we should evolve higher to electricity. So that's the slight conflict of, okay, yeah, they can control you with it, but is it still beneficial? But,
ain't no such thing as beneficial. It's always another side to everything, sweetheart. You know what I'm saying?
With that being said, there's always a counter. But that also means it's a counteract to it too, for what they're trying to do.
That's the counteract to it.
Or you just can take out the kill switch. I mean, shit. I don't think, just like they was promoting this injection, with everybody if you want to work. But the catch was, as far as the MARTA people, I've been talking with a lot of the MARTA drivers, bus drivers, and some was like, yo, they made me do it for my job. But when you hear more about it, you hear it was a choice. Either you can get the shot and don't have to worry about being tested, or once a week you have to come in and get tested. And the people was like, oh, that's too much inconvenience. I got to go get tested. And if I don't do it that day each week, they won't pay me until it's done. I'm like, what's hard? So you don't have to get a jab. Just get tested once a week. Because that's the catch. You don't have to get the jab. You just have to be tested per week. And I mean, some people take it as, I got to do this, but it's not actually, you have to do it. It's your choice. So going back to everything as a choice, we can, choose to have a kid.
Choice. That's the point, man. If you pay attention to Dr. York, you look at the shoes on your feet. Do you think you actually chose that? Or did they give you choices? See, they're the ones that are presenting the choice. You're not the one that's creating the choice.
I agree. I'm just trying to see if there's any validity to the fact that he spoke of electricity being what we should be leaning to in that class.
That's true, but see, here's the thing. They control the technology. We don't.
We
could.
This is
another reason why they didn't want the extraterrestrials giving it out to the masses, because then we'll have control of the technology. They're dominating this technology. You understand?
Yes.
That's the point. So, as it says in the movies, if this technology gets out to the wrong hands, we're going to have a problem. Gets in the wrong hands is a problem, right? Well, the technology is in the wrong hands. That's the problem. They ain't giving it out to us. They giving it with chips and monitoring and all types of shit, scanning our brain waves, taking our body fluids and shit. You understand? Altering our memories and everything. Our reality, doing all types of shit with this same technology called the cell phone, and making people lazy. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So, I mean, shit. It's in the wrong fucking hand.
Do you feel any? Is there any counteraction? I think is there a counteraction to this? I mean, shit. I mean, they giving us they're giving misinformation. What comes with misinformation? Those who got to come and give you the right information. I'm just thinking the counteract.
If you don't have the right information, then you're going to miss the information. You got to already have it. Ain't nobody finna give it to you. You have to already have the information, the right information. You got to already have it. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? And take the vax, take the COVID. Okay, as an example, the masses, all they know that there is a virus. All they know after that, there's another virus. There's a variant. There's a this. There's a that. And in between all of that, knowing these different variants of viruses, they only know the pharmaceutical companies that's producing them. And from there, they only know that they need to get a vaccine for each and every last one of them and a booster. That's all they know. They know nothing about the patent. You understand? They know nothing about what's in it. You understand? They know nothing about the side effects or the adverse effects. They know nothing. Now, the reason why they know nothing about that, because all they want to know is who is feeding them the information to feed them more information. And to them, that is enough information for them. Be it misinformation, right and exact, or wrong, but that's all they want. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's like a baby. You know what I'm saying? A baby gonna swallow whatever the fuck you put in its mouth. You can put your goddamn feet in its mouth and it'll suck on it. It'll gnaw on it, try to bite it and chew it and swallow it. You put your dick in a baby's mouth, it'll suck it. That's all it knows. It knows nothing else, only what you give it. And so, of course, that's what happens. The sad thing about it is that these are adults. These ain't babies, but they have a mind of a baby. Like that nigga said, we did a good job dumbing them down. We put you and your children in public schools so that they could stay dumb, so we can keep them dumb, keep them like a baby.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Waiting to be fed by Fauci, CNN, CDC, all the rest of the motherfuckers. Told what to do, told what to swallow, told when to show up. All that type of shit. It's the same shit. So there is, like, that is what they are. Waiting to eat, to be told what to eat, to be told what to do, to be told what day it is. Like you said, the people you've been talking to, they was told that they had to get this. They didn't want to get that because they didn't want to keep getting the damn test, but so gave them these choices. So they have a choice. You got a choice to choose any of the 5 goddamn vaccination companies. You get a choice to choose any of the 5. You ain't getting no more, but you got to be able to keep up. You got to stay up to date with your vaccination. So that's it. They gave them choices, and that's their choice.
Right.
They're not making their own choices.
Well, there's a few that are.
No, you have to make your own choice. We're not talking about the few. We're talking about the masses. See, the problem is the masses. The problem is not the few.
It's the masses.
Yes, because the masses make the few job hard.
Mm-hmm.
If the few became the masses, then these bastards would lose.
And it goes right back to not enough of them want to be liberated.
Not enough want to be free. Shit.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's sad because they leading them to slaughter, and only the few know who's being slaughtered because the masses is depending on the government to tell them about the slaughter, but they're not telling them. Same way the masses before you and I were born, was they were dependent upon the government to tell them if ET's real, and the government lied to their face and said no. Yet, they released the truth, yes, all on their sites. Now they dead, though. Majority of them is dead during that time. And that's what's been happening. Even with the first, I think it was smallpox now. Smallpox. Yeah. In the 50s, 40s. So many people died from the backs of the smallpox. But they kept it quiet. Polio, all types of shit. Kept it quiet from the masses. Then released it, 10 years later, 20 years later, 30 years later. Pfizer last month asked that all their adverse effects and all that shit don't be released till 50 years from now, 70 years from now. So none of these people walking today still getting drinks at the bar won't even know the dangers that they're drinking. 50 years. They request 50 years for the, what's it called again now? The Freedom of Information Act to be released about all this that's going on today. Yep. So, $75 years, thank you, newbie. They asking that this shit be released 75 years from now. So if you take a baby that's just been jabbed the fuck up this year, that baby won't even live to see 75 to open that bitch up and read what happened to it. This is a motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
So again, it's in the wrong hands, baby.
Mm-hmm.
They want complete control. This is the point of reading the Holy Tablets. It said they want control of the mind and the energies of these humans that occupy the planet Earth. They want control. Full fucking control of all this shit. Obama said it when he spoke to all the goddamn world leaders, the whole nation, not in America, nigga, was somewhere the fuck else. He said these people, he talked to all the leaders of the countries and shit, said these people, meaning y'all who y'all goddamn over, these fucking humans, they can't think for themselves. So we might as well think for them, and we might as well have sovereign over them. They do not have the authority, so we might as well have the authority over them. They can't think for themselves. They made them dependent ever since the 50s. So by the time we were born, our parents forced us to be dependent. Listen to the Channel 5 News, listen to this, listen to the government, listen to our leaders, listen, being dependent, listen to your teacher, listen to all these, do what they say. Taught us to be basically mentally and physically enslaved to these motherfuckers. Except for me. They trust them. This is what happens when you trust motherfuckers. A lot of them don't live to see it. Malcolm, what that boy named Martin trusted him, and then after he led all them motherfuckers to him, what did he say? What did Martin Luther King say? God damn it, I've led my people into a burning house. Everybody burnt up in that goddamn house he led them in. But by that time, it's too late. Right? Look at us now. Shit, wow. I don't know about you motherfuckers, man. I'm serious about I ain't talking about country freedom. I'm talking about my own authority, my own freedom. I'm big on that shit. I was born on Independence Day, motherfucker. Ain't no way in fucking and Moxie and the guy birthday. So, motherfucker, I ain't with all this shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with all this. You cannot tell me what the fuck to do. Ask my mom and daddy. I ain't never been controlled. The motherfucker tries to control me, but fail every fucking time. But see, we don't need to be trying to control each other. There's a bigger monster out here. You know what I'm saying? Niggas are so stupid, man. They trying to control the relationship. Mad that a bitch want to dominate her own life and don't need no one trying to motherfucker. Just stupid shit when we got a bigger monster out here trying to dominate me and you, my brother. Trying to control me and you, my brother. And our children. What the fuck are we fighting for some type of control? This shit's ridiculous. It's a bigger monster, motherfucker. We need to arm ourselves with knowledge and bang on that fucking beast daily, not on each other and shit. Whole nother beast out there, man. It's 7 heads and 10 horns, player. The fuck? This shit here, goddamn, these motherfuckers got niggas distracted. Niggas trying to figure out stupid shit, J1, like niggas trying to figure out who wearing the pants, who the alpha, who the beta, and stupid shit. Motherfucker, we got something. Ooh. Wake the fuck up, man. This ain't it. This ain't it. It's some other shit. I don't understand why motherfuckers can't see this shit. This shit here. It's a shortage on chips because everybody is chipped the fuck up right now. That is the fuck. Like the hell you talking about goddamn a bitch want to dominate. Women want to be mad. Nigga, we ain't got time. We all need to be masculine around this bitch today. In these last days and times, fuck that shit. Like, we all need to be masculine. We all need to get some goddamn courage around this motherfucker. We need to fight this bastard, man. The fuck? Anyway. I'm just sitting watching the goddamn reality show on these dumbass social media ass niggas, man, and bitches. But this shit ridiculous. They can't even see this shit. So what did he say? He said we got all of them. What Dr. Rabbi Finkelson said, we got these motherfuckers so distracted. We got them eating their fucking kids. They don't even fucking know it. Like, come on, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Got them eating their kids. Got them so distracted. Said we sent the Mexicans over there, over to America, so they can fuck the white bitch and make brown babies, because we want to get rid of the fucking white race. This motherfucker, I mean, like, what the fuck, man? Like, shit. And me and you arguing? You know what I'm talking about? We arguing. Well, come on, man. The fuck is this shit? Arguing who's going to be the head of some shit, motherfucker? Our head going to be on somebody's fucking plate. It's about survival now. This ain't about goddamn who's on top and who's on the fucking bottom. This is survival. This is a fight. This is the eye of the fucking tiger. That's what the fuck this is today. This day and time here. That's what this shit is. It's Eye of the Tiger, ain't it? Eye of the Tiger. Dun, 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 dun. Goddamn. Ain't about nothing else around this bitch. Ain't about being booed up, none of that shit. Goddamn, this ain't it. I understand, you know what I'm saying, you still live, you know, no matter what you know what I'm saying, that's going on, you still preserve self, you still focus on your shit. I understand, I know, I get that shit. But you got to dodge these motherfuckers, though.
Oh, yeah.
Keep your eyes and your ears open. Everything that glitters ain't gold, but gold glitters. So, yeah, you got to keep going, though, regardless. You feel me? Tammuz, you got to, you know, focus on your shit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm focused on my shit, but goddamn, I know these motherfuckers snatching my brainwaves. I know they goddamn doing a whole bunch of shit out here.
Yeah.
They on the mission. And they're out some on the mission to counteract their ass. And it's good. It's a good thing that we got some motherfuckers to counteract their ass. But they can only counteract so far. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine, Tammuz, that it's 50,000 of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's 50,000 of me. Yet you are the one that's all 50,000 of you is trying to save the 50,000 of me from being slaughtered by this big, huge ass beast. But eventually, you're going to have to stop trying to save the 50,000 of me from them motherfuckers. You want to know why?
Why?
Because the 50,000 of me is not going to be on your side. That'll make it 100,000 of both of me, me and you. So you still, and I say that to say you have these governors that stop the mandate of the vaccines from these companies and shit, OSHA and all the rest of them and stuff. You understand? You got governors that ain't participating trying to save these humans. But in the midst of these humans, they're really not worth saving because it's bigger than politics. It's bigger than like fucking Biden and Fauci and all them motherfuckers. You understand? So this is just a small faction, you know what I'm saying, of these motherfuckers, but it's bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? It's one world order. It's bigger than our governors in the United States that went up against these motherfuckers and won. It's bigger than them motherfuckers. It's more of them than it is of people like your 50,000 trying to save us. You know what I'm saying? It's 7 billion motherfuckers. They're playing this to wipe 6 billion off the fucking planet. Those 6 billion only have 50,000 helping them. But the 6 billion won't help themselves with this shit. You understand? So that we can be 6 billion strong against the elite. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the use? Eventually you'll get tired. Eventually they did they did their best. You know what I'm saying? Can't save them all, is what they say.
I agree.
Yep. So, pretty soon y'all going to see a lot of them stop showing themselves and start to just only, prepare themselves, just themselves and their families, those that are fighting on your behalf with a face that you see in the media.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you don't see. None of them anymore. You won't see them. That's what you do.
Yeah. I accepted that, though, because I get to witness the ignorance level, and then I get to witness the non-caring level of us, of people. And I just think, hey, I guess you should be wiped out.
We all agree.
Yeah.
So whose side are we really on? Yeah. It's something to think about, ain't it, baby?
Yeah. But I always keep in the back of my head, one of the things Dr. York said was, if it ain't for you, you shouldn't worry about it. If you don't warrant these calamities, don't worry about it. I think the hardest part is just witnessing, being a witness to it. He said that'd be your hardest part.
Ain't that the fucking truth? That is hard. Because ever since I was 12, just hearing the stages leading up to this point right now, 2022.
Right.
It's a motherfucker. That's the hard part. Yeah. Yep. That's the hardest. So you want to get back to Yakub or?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Y'all ready to get back to Yakub, man, for this show? And I get one more applause. Before this switchboard go out, we're not gonna finish Yakub the whole way, but so we got Yakub in Scientists Today. Scientists yesterday or last month decided that Elijah Muhammad was right. White man has a beginning of 6,000 fucking years. Did he say 6? No, he said 8,000. They did the Yakub part. That's right. Scientist says 8,000 something years. Yeah. Yeah, so this is before Canaan. Canaan was 6,000. Yakub gravitation was 8,600 years, if I'm not mistaken. 8,200 or some shit like that. I could be right or wrong. But anyway. All right, so we're on page 269, ladies and gentlemen, the bottom. Verse, after, his daddy died, 132, and leaving him at the age of 5 years old, his mom and daddy, Yakub, is parentless. 133, Yakub started school at the age of 4. By age 6, Yakub was living with his uncle, Ammo, the brother of his father, Yishak, who himself many years before was cast from Shambhala for disagreeable activity. Thus, he also took residence on the surface of the earth. Yakub was living with Ammo in his home 20 miles outside of Becca. He was fascinated by magnetism. This further affected the mental state of this now young man. Living in the area where the original Garden of Eden was, yet 20 miles outside of the original site of the enclosed Garden of the Light, in a village in a mountain region called Arafat. The foundation of the Garden of the Light was built by Arazu, and Ashnan was responsible for the grain and the sustenance of the garden. And this enclosed Garden of the Light was to be the best part of the planet Earth. It was ruled by one of the 120 Akhashdarsan. I said it wrong. Akhashdarsan, appointed by Koresh, who ruled from the seat of Medes in Chaldea, land of the demons. At the age of 18, Yaqub already finished all of the schools of learning in his day and time. This is where Yaqub was to convert the people needed for the breeding of his new race. In the task of making a disagreeable, wicked, and physically weak being with the ability to rule with a special kind of reverse knowledge, Yaqub had a verbal fight with the Alahum of the holy city, who opposed him about deserting. And going off to make a new people. Let me do it again. I'm sorry, y'all. 142. In the task of making a disagreeable, wicked, and physically weak being with the ability to rule with a special kind of reverse knowledge, Yaqub had a verbal fight with the Alahum of the holy city, who opposed him about deserting his people and going off to make a new people that would be weak and wicked, that used their evil nature to try and conquer the righteous. They would be called the devil, and their lifespan to rule would be 6,000 years, which they would have lived as a new nation. Then reverse live, L-I-V-E-D, and you get D-E-V-I-L, and live, L-I-V-E, in reverse is evil, E-V-I-L. Why reverse? Because his nation was born with dyslexia, and they wrote from left to right, as opposed to the original right to left. Long before Yaqub was allowed to begin his undertaking, the word spread of his plan. One of the Alahum stepped forward of the righteous nation named Maluk, whose job was to try to convince him not to undertake this evil act. It resulted in a physical fight against Yaqub. This lasted from 6 o'clock p.m. during the shadow hours, straight on past the 12:01 a.m. the next day. Thus, it is said that they fought up until the next day. Yaqub had his right leg disjointed. Yaqub inquired of this Alahum, who was a mortal man in physical form. At the end of the fight, "What is your name?" Only to be told, "It is not written for you to know my name." This fight took place in Peniel, located on the north bank of the Jabbok, close to the Jordan, for Yaqub came face to face with an El. From that day on, Yaqub was crippled, walking with a limp, carrying a cane. This man opposed the fact that Yaqub left the camp during the shadow hours, and he was trying to cross the lake of Jabbok, a stream which intersects the mountain range of Gilead. We have a road in Atlanta called Gilead. Gilead, is that it? Where you at, newbie? Gilead? Anyway, it crossed the stream, it crossed the lake of Jabbok, a stream which intersects the mountain range of Gilead, and falls into the Jordan on the east about midway between the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea, which is assistance of doctors, nurses, and cremators, which by shadow hours they deserted all the rest of his family. And this Maluk declared that he would break both his legs before he let him pursue this undertaking in the making of this new breed of people from his own genes, being an original Negroid and brown Mongoloid germ. The Negroid, black germ, from his blood, the blood of the Nacule, and the Mongoloid, brown germ, from his blood, the blood of the Chiro, who had mixed with the Palladians long ago. The conflict broke out, and the fight ensued. And when Yaqub's leg was dislocated, he held on to Maluk as the wicked troops of Shakar was coming over the horizon. Maluk said, "Let me go, and you will have the blessing of the god of the Babylonian Ishtar, the god of the Egyptians Ra, and the god of the Sumerians El. You will have their blessings. Just don't pursue your undertaking. You shall be called Ishtar, Ra, Amun-Ra, and El, Elu. Israel, Ishtar, Ra, El, Elu. That represented the three most powerful gods on the planet at the time, Isis, Ra, and El. Thus he became known as Israel, touched by the hand of an Elohim. You say Yisrael. Yaqub agreed, yet deceived him, saying to all that he had got the blessing, which had given him consent to continue across the stream of Jabbok and to continue in his undertaking on his journey to Pelion, a peak 1,601.9 meters, that's 5,252 feet high, of northeast Greece in eastern Thessaly in the Isles of Patmos, an island of southeast Greece in the Dodecanese Islands in the Aegean Seas, where he was going to create his people and make them weak and wicked and give them the power to rule for 6,000 years. Yaqub was captured. As Yaqub made converts in and around the holy city of Becca, persecution set in. The authorities became afraid of such powerful teachings, which promises of luxury and making slaves of others. As they began making arrests of those who believed the teachings, the officers would go back and find, and to their surprise, others were still teaching and believing it. Finally, they arrested Yaqub. However, it only increased the teachings. They kept persecuting and arresting Yaqub's followers until they filled all the jails called the prison or sejun beneath the desert sands. The 120 appointed Akashdarfan officers finally reported to the new ruler named Koresh that there was no room for the prisoners. They had no more room for Yaqub's converted followers who were enraged for his abuse. They dragged Yaqub from his cell to the middle of the city. There they built a stone pillar in the center of the town and called it the seat of Satan, called Al-Ullah, where they tied Yaqub and asked the people of that city, should he be worshipped, praised, or stoned? They chose to stone him and called him Shaitan. Yaqub's followers rioted in the prisons. All the jails were filled, and they said, when we go back out into the streets, we found them still teaching. This is what was reported to King Koresh. What shall we do with them? The king questioned the officers on just what teachings were. The king questioned the officers on just what his teachings were and of the name of the leader. They replied, Haggai. When the officers had given the king the answers to everything, the king said, this is not the name of that man. This man is Yaqub, the Negroid scientist, an alien to our land, a mischief maker in the land. This Shaitan was predicted by our Magi 15,000 years ago. On entering the prison, the king was shown Yaqub's cell. The walls were lined with sketches and plans of his future experiment. The ruler said, so you are Yaqub? He said, yes, I am. The king said, Yaqub, I have come to see if we could work out some agreement that would bring about an end to this trouble. What would you suggest? Yaqub told the king Koresh, if you give me and my followers everything to start a civilization as you have and furnish us with money and other necessities of life for 20 years, I will take my followers and we will go from you. The king was pleased with the suggestion, and request made by Yaqub was sent to Mithridates, the money exchanger, and it was agreed to take care of them for 20 years until Yaqub's followers were able to go for themselves. After learning who Yaqub was, believing him to be Shaitan, or the devil himself, they all were afraid of him, and they were glad to make almost any agreement with him and his followers. This is the history or future of Yaqub and his people, the Asiatic black man and woman, black people with 6 ether, straight hair of Hindu descent. Upon his release, Yaqub was not allowed to preach, yet his head prophet called Haggai prepared his followers. But for his master plan, he needed to convert loyal followers that would obey him regardless of who or what. This was executed by the loyal ones. Before this secret project could begin, there must be a great many people converted to his beliefs. He first traveled 20 miles inland from his uncle's house to the holy site where the tree of knowledge did sit. There he started to preach in the streets of Becca again, making such hosts of converts that the authorities, increasingly concerned, finally exiled him. He and a small band of his followers, the doctors, the nurses, and the cremators, crossed northward, up and over the Jordan and over to Egypt, which was originally called Ta, meaning land, and also Ta Marah, meaning land of Ra, where they took ships into the Aegean Sea to await the arrival of his guinea pigs. He died of a brain tumor at age 150 before they arrived, but his scientists were prepared. The scientists, or his wise men, called El Hakumat of his days, said it couldn't be done. He departed, for they planned a plan to kill him and exile his followers. However, those who supported his undertaking prepared the greatest fleet of ships to sail. Haggai, with 59,999 followers, sailed on a journey from a home in Ganawa, there to stay for 50,000 years, or until the new cycle. This journey took him and the prophet Yaqub's followers completely around the continent, but not before there was a great falling away and dissatisfaction amongst his Yaqub's followers. In fact, about 9/10 of them were dissatisfied, for many did not want to leave their homeland. Great ships were prepared at the dock port in Sudan called Salde, the outer field. The Asiatic black men who were followers of Yaqub and lived on the best part of the planet Earth were banished for following this alien in disregard of the laws of their own land. The time came for them to seek a new homeland for their own. Yaqub promised them a land flowing with milk and honey and streets paved in gold. On this journey, as rumors spread from ship to ship that Yaqub's scientists were doing blood tests and experimenting and even throwing overboard those they couldn't use or were panic-stricken, and they began to jump ship at several ports. Shazbazar, called Haggai himself, jumped ship in Cape Town, being without guidance. They wanted to go home and repent. These descendants of the dissatisfied had no remorse against their ancestors, the Chaldeans, the Hindus. They just wanted to return to their homeland of Asia. Their leader, Zerubbabel, known as Shazbazar, which became the name of this lost tribe in Haggai, thus having boarded the ships 600 heads per ship, making 100 ships. Unbeknown to them, it would take them around the world. Unbeknown to them, it would take them around the whole continent of Ganawa. Oduduwa, which is another name for Shazbazar. He led the tribe Shabazz on a pathless journey. The journey was to a place called Oyo. The people there referred to his followers as Yoruba. They called him Obatala. His priesthood was called Orisha. Each was an Oba or a Papal. He was the first pope. They sailed around the whole of Ganawa. There were 59,999 in Shezbazar or Oduduwa, called Baba Shezbazar, made to 60,000 person. They had to make a 360 circle of Ganawa, leaving off the Suez Canal. They sailed in 100 boats with 600 people each. Shazbazar himself was on the first ship. Shazbazar jumped ship in Cape Town and never completed the journey. It was there that he died at age 120. He is known to have wandered throughout Ganawa as the wise old elder and sat in the circles of elders in Omduwanban, where the eternal fire burns, and there he was buried. Many of the ships never made it. They docked along the shores of Ganawa. The original name of Africa was Ganawa or Gnawa, Gnawa. They often mixed up the name Cuthites with the name Cushite. These Cuthites were mixed Hindus having straight hair, and they were the original black man, not to be mistaken with the incarnated gods who already lived in Ganawa and had woolly hair. The port of Sudan was their launching point in the Red Sea or Reed Sea, and they passed through Mandeb. Some jumped ship in Djibouti, where you find black skin, straight hair. They were passing through the Gulf of Aden, land of the Nabateans, through the tip of Mandeb, passed on over to Il in Somalia, where there is black skin and straight hair. You have people who jump ship in Massawa, Ethiopia, where there is black skin and straight hair, on to Somalia, where there is black skin and straight hair. They went down to Kenya, where there is black skin and straight hair, and on to Tanzania, where there is black skin and straight hair, down to Mozambique, where there is black skin and straight hair, going around from the Indian Ocean on around to the Atlantic, stopping off at Cape Town, where Shazbazar disappeared. The ships continued on up to the Atlantic Ocean. They dropped people off in Walvis Bay, an inlet of the Atlantic Ocean, on the western coast of Namibia, where the people have black skin and straight hair. They proceeded on up, and they stopped in Luanda and Angola. When they arrived in Angola, they had to break port because the Angolians referred to them as Negra, and they attacked their ships. This term was later to change into Negra Omega, or simply Negroes, those dead blacks. Negra or Morenos or Moors, they were called Moor by the French, and some grafted this term Moor into their language from what they were being called in the Latin Morenos, Moor for blackness, which was a complement to the term Negra, meaning black. The Moors were called Moors, M-O-O-R-S, also spelled M-O-O-R-E or M-A-U-R, and prefixes many names today as Mar, M-A-R, like in Martin or Morris, Morrison, Mauritania, Morgan, Moorhead, Maurice, Maureen, Morgan, Morel, Morehouse, Mary or Marie, Maori, Murphy, and many more. Even the prefix of Irish names such as McDonald, McDouglas, McDougall, McVeigh, McCrae. The MC was the abbreviation for the presence of Moors in Ireland. This is why they call themselves the children of the Anunnaki, Tammuz, the Irish people. So they took residence and named the place Nigeria, home of the Yoruba tribes. But the woolly-haired people of that land refused to mix with them. So they were forced to depart, only leaving their religious system of Orishi, a system of ancestral worship, which they brought from Arabia, called Yoruba. The land where terrapins have always been worshipped, such as the moon deity Allah, which in 1950, Wendell Phillips, W.F. Albright, Richard Bauer, and others excavated sites at Qataban, Timna, and Marib, the ancient capital of Sheba. Thousands of inscriptions from walls and rocks in northern Arabia have also been collected. A major temple to the moon god was excavated at Hazor in Palestine. 2 idols of the moon god were found. Each was in stature of a man sitting upon a throne with a crescent moon carved on his chest. Several smaller statues were also found, which were identified by their inscriptions as the daughters of the moon god. Relics and votive bowls were used in worship of the daughters of Allah, and they have also been discovered. The 3 daughters, Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Manat, are sometimes depicted together with Allah, the moon god, represented by a crescent moon above them. Their religious system was created with the ability to adapt to anyone else's culture, as in the case of Santeria or Brujeria or Voodoo, also called Juju, where the Yoruba god Shango, Oshun, Yemenya, Oya, Ogun, Ishu, Ilegraba, Shapona, Sonopono, Olodi, Elegda, Bona, Yemoja, Okokun, Olugubu, Osenyen, Orishioku, Agimo, Orisen, and Adudawa. This was taught by their great ancestor and god, Yakub. The religious system was created to be able to supplant itself over others and absorb them like a dying star consume other stars. It vamped down on Judaism to create Islamism. It vamped down on Christianity to create Santeria. It vamped down on Satanism to create voodoo. Then the ships continued up the Atlantic Ocean to Sierra Leone, where there is black skin and straight hair. Straight on up to Mauritania, where there is black skin and straight hair, to Morocco, where there is black skin and straight hair. Pass through Port of Tangier, where there is black skin and straight hair. On to the Mediterranean Sea, where they stopped off in Algeria, where there is black skin and straight hair. And Bizerte in Tunisia, where there is black skin and straight hair. And stopped off in Tripoli in Libya, where there is black skin and straight hair. In Alexandria of Egypt, where there is black skin and straight hair. They supplanted themselves on the seashores of Mother Ganawa. mixing in and taking control, these black-skinned and straight-haired tribes never ventured into the heart of Ganawa, but controlled the ports and sea coasts. They fathered the slave trade of the woolly-haired from Zanzibar, giving the slave the original name Zenji, from the Native American word Zeni, meaning black-skinned, before Negro, but not before Moor, that became Moor, M-O-O-R. The last tribe of Shabazz are still the majority on the sea coast around Mother Ganawa. They replaced their X with Arabic names, like Malcolm X. They called themselves by new names: Egyptians, Ethiopians, the Djiboutians, on around to Mauritanians, Moroccans, Tanzanians, still to this day. So then they sailed north across the Mediterranean to Cyprus, where they were home with their original mother goddess, Europa, stopping first at the Isles of Crete, where Yaqub's rules and regulations and system on grafting and making were prepared. Those that remained behind by jumping ships at different ports in Ganawa stayed and oppressed the original woolly-haired Nubians, introducing them to mythological religious beliefs such as New Yoruba, New Islam, Judaism, Christianity, and a host of others, which later became the enchantment or the spell. They also called the spell a hex, H-E-X, H-E-X, like John, who's the he, and the X, also called the hexagram, he-X-agram. The hexagram is the symbol of the six-pointed star, which again is the form of a swastika, the seal of the Illuminati of light and fire, symbolizing their 6,000 years of rulership over the original Ishmaelites, Israelites, and Midianites. The word gram, meaning a seed, ties in, for this was the grafting of a zera, meaning an offspring or seed, symbolic of the sixth letter of the Aramic alphabet and the sixth letter in the Arabic alphabet, Seta, and the sixth letter in the Greek alphabet, which is Zeta, a symbol of a snake. The word Zeta is of Hebrew origin, meaning Zane, from the root word Zan, Z-A-N, which is where they get Zina, which means abomination. Note the use of the letter Z repeatedly. Their symbol is hidden in zigzag zig, which is za, 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 or 666. Zigzag zig is the German word zigzag, meaning to turn in the wrong direction. The beings that inspired Yaqub, as well as the Yaqub of this day, Hitler, are from Zeta Reticula, also referred to as the Mizar constellation. Remember, seed is from Middle English, from Old English, saed, said, from Latin, seed, from the Greek, sperma, meaning sperm or seed, or the number 6 in Greek, which is again hex, or XE for xenon, the 54th element, and it is colorless or the absence of melanin, from the Greek, neuter, of xenos for strange. Neuter means neither feminine or the original hermaphrodite. And the parents of these Hindus, whose religion was called Zen or XEN, from xeno, meaning stranger. And the religion, Zen Buddhism, is traced back to Hindus in India. Now, the hexagon, also called a polygon, with 6 sides, the number of the beast. The number of the sum of these angles are 720 degrees. That would be 360 degrees of the spiritual and 360 degrees of the physical. When the sides are equal on all sides, the hexagon is called regular, and each interior angle is 120 degrees. The followers of Yaqub were only given 120 degrees of knowledge, not 360 and not 720. They only used 6 ounces of brain, and the Asiatic blacks used 7 1/2 ounces of brain. But you have 10 billion neurons, and your brain weight is 52 ounces. Their reticular formation, or the inner laser beam that directs the impulses to the 2 halves of the brain for action and reaction, is defective. Even the slaves of the slave trade are led to have faith that they are of this lost tribe of Shabazz and don the swastika in the form of an X until they too can take on an Arabic name. From Alexandria, the journey continued on to their new home. These Asiatic black men with straight hair had a dissatisfied nature. Evil dwelled within them. So their wise scientists met with the elders of the Danakil, and they decided to try to graft the evil out of their nature. The result, the Pflugeroid came out of this genetic splicing, and the graftation, in attempts to remove their disagreeable side for evil, lived within these Asiatic black men, original Hindus, since their evil ancestors came to visit the planet between the time periods of 76 billion years to 66 billion years ago. These Hindus are the ones who converted to Yaqub's plan. While living in Arabia, they became the tribe called Shazbazar, the 13th tribe known as the Lost Tribe of Shabazz. For many of them got lost on the way. Those that survived the journey around Ganawa were used in the grafting and making of this new race. For any babies born with Negroid, black genes, a pin was stuck in their brain. Then next was the Mongoloid, brown. They were spared to breed, to make the red, the yellow, and then the Caucasoid, the pale. This process took 600 years of grafting and separating. You have Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid. All the other races are just that, a mixture or other. Thus, Yaqub's nation was born. A ruler was set over them, and she was called Europa, the daughter of Ajnar and sister of Cadmus. Europa was empress of this land, yet without guidance, they regressed and took refuge in Pelion. A peak, 1,601.9 meters, which is 5,252 feet high, of northeast Greece in eastern Thessaly, that is the Isles of Patmos, an island of southeast Greece and the Dodecanese Islands of the Aegean Sea. Then on up into the mountain region of Thessaly, and into the grotto or grati, meaning cave. They conquered and enslaved the original inhabitants of that land, then called Yemen, who they were the descendants of Javan, the son of Japheth, and Ifat. The Yunan were also known as Ionin, the savage beasts that were grafted from the Asiatic Hindu black man, were nothing more than the original blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned, melanin-lacking, grafted, disagreeable, rebellious seed of Yakub, the mad scientist, called Phlugoroids. Shameless, moralless, hair covering their body from ankle to shoulder, the beasts of the field, also called behemoth. They walk on all fours and ate flesh raw, having bestiality acts. Thus, the dog became their best friend. They allowed him, the dog, to lick their leper sores, and to this day, they will allow them to sleep in their beds, eat off their plate, and even lick them in the mouth. They moved on to Patmos in the Aegean Sea, which is 20 miles south of Samos, the site of Samael, and 24 miles west of Asia Minor, that is, the Greek Isles. The outcome of the graftation was the Phlugoroids, who were bred by mixing in the seed of the Palladians, which is blonde hair and blue eyes, mixing and grafting from the genes of the Asiatics, black straight-haired and black-skinned and black-eyed Hindus, grafting from the brown germ to the red germ to the yellow germ and on into the new earth-bred, the Phlugoroids, also breeding the abstract black-skinned and blue-eyed. Seen a lot of them. He set up rules and regulations that they were to abide by under all circumstances. He set up rules and regulations that they were to abide by under all circumstances. Those of his followers that did not obey him were to have their throats slit from ear to ear, their bodies left on the seashore at high tide. They separated into two groups, the original Halabites or Halud Phlugoroids, who became known as the Neanderthals, or simply cavemen, eating raw flesh, running around on all floors, eating raw flesh, running around on all fours, and living in a state of bestiality. They found their way into the inner caverns of the planet. Many of them took residence there, while others in time used the technology and terrorized other innocent tribes. Those that did not jump ship were grafted out of existence, as opposed to the European Phlugoroids named Europeans, after their female leader that rebelled, who is also named Europa, daughter of Ashnor, sister of Cadmus, known as Zeus. This Europa gave birth to Zeus, another Z. That's the second Zig, the first being Zuen, Zeus, who had 3 sons. First being Zuen. Zeus had 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon. She, Europa, eventually betrayed Zeus and remarried Asterius, ruler of Crete. At her death, she was deified as a fertility deity by Zeus. With this technology, they were given the power to rule for not less than 6,000 Earth years. They entered from the east side, where there are harbors called isthmus, into the grotto, which means cavern, one of the entrances to the Pflugeroid's cavern home was called Palawati. This is also where the scroll of Revelations were revealed to Johanna bar Zebedee, that is John, son of Zebedee, the divine, in the year 96 AD. All of these are names used today. You may find them on your maps. For the original journey, the Asiatic blacks were divided into 3 classes for this journey. They lost 95% of people. 10% of that original 95% became betrayers, leaving 85% confused, and only 5% made it to the final destination. Your 5% nation. Nation of 5%. The journey was a 360-degree circle around the mother continent. Originally, they departed with 100 ships, which left carrying 59,999 passengers, and Sheshbazzar himself making a total of 60,000 passengers. Yet only 3 ships arrived at the final destination, carrying 600 people on each. A total of 1,800 people arrived in Patmos, where the great scientists were going to spend 600 years trying to reform these disagreeable people by grafting the evil out of their genes. After futile attempts, they all agreed that it could not be done. Can the devil be reformed? Not nowadays. Okay, for the making of this original seed, Yaqub El, also called El Elo, as it says, came from Teman, the south, and the Holy One, Yishak, his father, was from Mount Paran, meaning place of caverns, that led to Shambhala. Yaqub went to the worst part of the planet Earth, where his creation would live amongst the Nakashites, where the original Samael, the Luciferian, the evil reptilian, did dwell in the abandoned place of Nod. All of them were dissatisfied. There was no one tribe of people ruling the planet Earth in Yaqub's time, so this made it convenient. So Yaqub Har vowed to be their ruler, and that he would create a people who would rule for 6,000 years until a savior was born. Now, the Greeks and Roman Christians called him Messiah. The Khazar Jews called this savior Mashiach, and Muslims call him Masih. In Nuwabic, it's Masu. Yaqub was helped by a group of humanoids from Lahamu, from Venus. Their description is average height, between 5'7" and 6'3", with a tan complexion, with black to brown skin, with tan complexion, with black to dark brown, 6 ether hair. They could pass for any Euro-Arabs on Earth who had Markabians, who are humanoid Markabians from Zeta Reticula. They have mixed with humans and have been here for many thousands of years, producing what is commonly known as little people, extremely short human beings, who are neither pygmies nor midgets. The Lahamuians, the Venerians, would use the Markabians as their servants. They have been visiting this planet for thousands of years. They refer to their planet as the early morning star. They vowed to send a Venerian as a savior to the new Asiatic black man. To him, he would appear in the person coming from Arabia. Y'all already know who that is. Master Farad Muhammad. His mother would be called Mami, who is of the Chaldean gods. They spell it Mimi, M-I-M-I. The Cuthites and his father Elphonse, from the Greek Alipho, meaning anointed, or Alphas, or Alfonso, Old Greek for leprosy. leprosy, from the alphos, meaning white absence of pigment, albinism, a form of psoriasis. They'll spell his name Alfonso and declare he is a Cushite. He was one of the original incarnated deities, not a man, not man. This Venerian, they will call their God incarnate. He will leave them in an agreeable humanoid Remardian as a teacher named Creel. They were talking about the making of the Jew, y'all, the original ones. Shazbazar means worshiper of fire. The color of their flag is the sun, with the moon and the star, which is a representation of the whole universe. This seed moved behind the Caucasus Mountains on up into Russia and became known as the what? Khazars. The woolly-haired seven ether Orientalists of this seed called Asiatics were known as the what? Ashkenazim. These are the graphic devils that Yaqub created. They are your Pflugeroids, original Khazars, and your Asiatics, Ashkenazim. Their symbol being the universe, the moon called Qamar or Qamar, the sun and the bright morning star. They use the crescent moon and the pentagram, that is the five-pointed star. The original Jacobites used the hexagram. They called Mogan David, the Star of David, or the Star of Bethlehem. They endowed their creation with 120 years of life. That's in Genesis. It took 120 degrees of knowledge to accomplish this over a period of 600 years of those who were under Yaqub's rules and regulations. There are those that use the pentagram. Here's a quote. A five-pointed star formed by five straight lines connecting the vertices of a pentagon and enclosing another pentagon in the completed figure, or those that use the hexagram. Hexagram now, that's a six-pointed star formed by extending each of the sides of a regular hexagon into an equilateral triangle, and those that use the heptagon, a polygon having seven sides, each believing that their star represents the supreme power of force that controls all aspects of existence. However, stars are born and die. Stars have limited brightness. Thus, as a symbol, they would indicate a limited amount of intellect. Crescents are merely one stage of the four stages of the moon. Thus, a star in crescent is a symbol of limited information and time and deception, because the star can never sit in the crescent moon, for the stars are millions of miles larger than the moon. Even the octagon, with each of the 8 points of the symbol, represents the sun and is on a 15-degree angle, and 8 times 15 equals what? 120. 1/3 of the whole, which is 360 degrees of information. This being 120 degrees, representing the awakening and the civilizing between each of the 8 points, is a 45-degree angle that represents what? 360 degrees of knowledge of the physical. Then there is 360 degrees, which is the knowledge of the spiritual, of which they do not have. This symbol was worn on the chest by the great scientist Yaqub, who was born hydrocephalic, which is having a head the size of two of his tribe members, the Danakil and the Teros. Yaqub's scientists would brand each one of his followers with a symbol called in Nuwabic Awus, in Aramic Esra, and in Ashuric Soretic Ashara, which equaled the original symbol X, of which you already have a great understanding of, and is your modern-day cross. It became the swastika, a symbol that can be found all over the world, having 4 outer 90-degree angles and 4 inner 90-degree angles, equaling what? 720 degrees. Their religion was based on phallic worship. Phallic worship, symbols representing reproduction. They prostrated themselves on all fours in remembrance of their lowly state when they were walking on all fours, living in caves and worshiping their earthly fires. Thus, we have sun worship. They prostrate beneath the mammary glands of females and call it a dome, and beneath the phallic of a male and call it a minaret, giving birth to your domes and minarets of their mosques and synagogues. The X's numerical value is 10, and it is symbolic of the 10th letter of the Aramic alphabet, which is the Yod, symbolizing that they were originally under the agreeable Yahwehan, or the 10th letter of the Ashuric Soretic alphabet, which was Ra, and symbolized Ruach, the soul of creation. They were the first Negroids born with beards. He made them all clean-shaven so that they would look like the original Ta'ites. They were to mix in with the original Cushites and await their savior, who would come to them from Venus, Lahamu. There would be carefully planned breeding amongst the descendants of the Nubians under the Amorites, and one of them would be part Nubian and part Rumardian in the far west away from the east. They would be kidnapped and taken into bondage for 400 years. You find the symbolism in the book of Exodus of the Torah, which was plagiarized by Tammuz, called Yahweh. It became the law and enforcer of the spell of ignorance, called the spell of sleep. Therein, you will find the story of Yaqub cloaked in the Jacob and Esau story. This Jacob was born in the year 1918 BCE and died in the year 1771 BCE. One of Isaac and Rebekah's twin sons. Remember Tammuz, Fakur, and Ishak are twin brothers. One of Isaac and Rebekah's twin sons, and the biblical story of Jacob is a symbolical story. He is the son of Abraham, and his first wife, Sarah, his name is Isaac. He fathered the biblical Jacob. He is also the progenitor of the 12 tribes of Israel. It was this mentality that fathered the so-called Jew, the father of trigonology, from the original Yaqub story, which they read and have faith and incorporate in the new law, which they call what? The protocol of the learned elders of Zion. Yaqub's mischief makers in the land now rule the surface of the planet. An evil and diabolical plan to control everyone. And like any other magnetic force, you will find that unlikes attract and likes repel. This is also true in regard to the people. The Negroid and the Caucasoid are unalike, so they will attract. This is done through integration in order to destroy the Nubans. For Nubans, dealing with Nubans, repel. Why? Because likes repel, and this causes fighting and separation. This is one of the reasons why Nubian people, descendants of Nubans, can never come together to unite, to overthrow the devil. The Jew, who is not a true Israelite, is the remainder of those released out of captivity. Surely, I know about your tribulations and your poverty, always begging for money. Nevertheless, you are rich in blessings and resources, and there is great blasphemy against you by those who say, surely they say they are of Judah, and they are not of Judah. They are the community of the physical evil one, reptilian, dragon, Nakash or Satan, Shaitan, son of Zuin. From there, that's the end. That's in the Koran and in the New Testament. From there, they went back to Jerusalem and built Solomon's temple, which was done by a mixed people, part original Israelite and part Babylonian. This mixing occurred during the 136 years of captivity and was the start of the Jews' devilish teachings. It was predicted of him by the Magids 15,000 years ago that he would make a devil. He also named the first male of his creation Adam, and his wife was Lilith. So he was born with the determined idea to make a people to rule for 6,000 years. Originally, there was no tribe called Sheshbazzar. This was the name of a man whose name is also Zerubbabel, leader of the mixed tribe of Judah. Sheshbazzar's name was taken by the men in respect, and they called themselves Shabazz. And him they called Daddy Shabazz, who went back to Ganawa. The name Shabazz is thought to be an Arabic word. However, is actually made up of two words, Shah, S-H-A-H, which is Persian from the word king or ruler, and Baz, which is an Arabic word meaning falcon, or in Nuwabic is Ba'uz, which is the head of the Horus, the symbol of the son of Osiris and Isis, who in Sumerian was Ishtar and Dumuzi. This Horus was Tammuz, or Yahweh, later to be known as Christ, from the Hindu Krishna, their Messiah or Masu. However, the name Shabazz itself comes from the word Sheshbazzar, which literally means sun worshippers or fire worshippers. Sheshbazzar was the Hebrew form for this name in Babylonian language. It was Shamash, Ban, Sari, Babli, Sur, meaning, O Shamish, protect the father and builder of the seed of Babylon. Shamish was the Sumerian and Babylonian sun god. Even though he was called by the name Shabazz, he was in no way affiliated with sun or fire worship. Yet, fire worship became the religion of the Phlugoroids, who depended on it for heat and light while in the caverns. Also, we find in the caverns of the earth, not Shambhala, for there are 8 caverns therein. You'll find the Sumonim, the Deros, the Duwani, the Sunainans, Teros, and the Shayuk. The making of a new race. In order to breed a being with a balanced nature, the scientists saw that the Homo erectus, now this is back to the Anunnakis, okay, y'all? In order to breed a being with a balanced nature, the scientists saw that the Homo erectus needed intelligence and sense. That's what it's going to take, intelligence and sense. By using the blood of the sixth ether, Homo erectus, along with the blood of the non-ether Anunnaki, because it was Enki's idea to make these new beings to work in the mind, it was suggested that his wife, the scientist Ninki, use her body. Scientist Ninki use her body. Hold up, y'all gotta hurry up and get to page 291 maybe. Use her 292 maybe. 293 maybe. Use her body. 296, 298 maybe. 299. You pay 300? You pay 301? Use her body. You pay 302. What about 305? Maybe 305? No. What about 307? No. What about 310? Get to 309. Use her body as a part of the experiment to create what is called Homo sapiens. After Homo erectus was bred, the next step was to breed him into a Homo sapien or a human being. The Anunnaki who came from the skies were able to produce the Homo sapien, which made these Homo sapiens one half human and one half Anunnaki. These Anunnaki were agreeable and disagreeable, and the Homo sapien was created after the likeness of these Anunnaki called Yahwehians. Yah, agreeable, and Way, disagreeable. The scientists saw that they had to give the Homo erectus intelligence and common sense in order for them to survive in their absence. So the seed was planted inside of Ninki, who was the wife of Enki. She gave birth to Lulu Amalu, called the primitive worker, and her child was the first hybrid able to procreate. This experiment took place in a laboratory called Shemti, which is located in the mothership called Nibiru, that which crosses the skies. This lab was placed on the planet Lamu Mars. The Kishites and the Havilalites complied to the request of the scientists. They were called El Amun Mul Wahidat, the faithful ones. The Kishites and the Havilites were a mixture of the supernatural beings that existed in the river Nile of the barren and rocky land of Nubia, a desert region and ancient kingdom in the Nile River Valley of southern Egypt and northern Sudan. And they were associated with goodness and benevolence only. These beings were known amongst the Nubian tribe as El Bahur Malukat, river angels. They are known today as the little beings or Rumardians. They stood 4 feet tall and weigh about 40 pounds, having 5 fingers. Originally bred by the Anunnaki to scout the world for them. They are benevolent. They are not to be mistaken with the Marcabians, called Greys, who are malevolent. The Marcabians are a biogeneric breed from the cow and other species here on Earth, as well as mechanical and computerized technologies. Their skin colors are grayish blue, and the texture is smooth. They have no hair on their body, and they have big-ass heads. They are hydrocephalic. Because of their eyes, which have no pupils, making them nocturnal, they look like a human insect, and they are sensitive to ultraviolet light. Their large black eyes are cow's eyes. Y'all seen them. They actually show you a little bit of that shit in Come on, Don. American Horror Story. The one that's out now. They show you that shit. Y'all enjoying it so far? Because this shit about to be over. Okay. So they have 2 slits for nostrils, and their mouth is a small slit. And they show you that in the first Men in Black. They show you what they look like. They have 2 slits for nostrils, and their mouth is a small slit. They appear to have no ears, and their hands are web-like with only 4 fingers. Their arms are long and muscular, reaching out above the knees, just above the knees. Their hands consist of 4 webbed fingers. Their torso is human in appearance. Their legs are short and muscular. They have no reproductive organs or reproductive capabilities. They are bred by the cloning process, and oftentimes they abduct human women only to remove the fetus to breed their own species. They are called Rumardians or Malachi albar. Thousands of years ago, when the Malachi albar, also known as Rumardians, the little beings, were released of the work of the Anunnaki, the reptilian captured them and ruled them. This is how the Markavians were bred. They used the cow nervous system to breed them. That's why all the cow mutilations was popping up, Tammuz. Remember that? Then your government started faking cow mutilations. They literally, to say, your government's sick with it. Government's sick with it. Anyway, they used the cow nervous system to breed them. They messed up their reproductive system by mixing them with cows. This is why the Hindus of today worship the cow. In the Muslim world, the largest surah in their holy book, the Koran, is entitled Surat Baqarah, the degree of the cow or heifer and the snake. Their feet are like that of a dinosaur or frog. The Rumardians lived in underwater castles in the river. They were both males and females. The females were the Banat al-Salahim, daughters of the virtuous or pious, and the males were called Walid al-Salahim, sons of the virtuous or pious. They were associated with 4 categories of human preoccupation, fertility, cultivation, marriage, and health. These beings mixed in with the original Kishite of the Havilites, along with the Malachi albar. They were the degree, or the Dogir, or the Dugir, who were the ugly water beings. They are known today as reptilians. They came from one of the stars in the constellation of Orion. They stood 6 to 7 feet tall. They are greenish, and their skin is scaly, waterproof, and there are no sweat glands. They have no hair on their body. The back of their head is flat, and they have an exaggerated forehead. Their face looks like a lizard, but somewhat human. Their eyes are cat-like and large, jaundice yellow. They have gills like the rest of the reptilians. Their mouth is wide, having no teeth. Their jaw is wide in relation to human proportions. Their arms are long and thin, just reaching above the knees. Their hands are webbed to the tips, consisting of only 3 fingers with an opposing thumb. Their chest slightly protrudes. Their legs are long but bent backwards as if they also run on all 4s. They have no external sex organs, and their feet are webbed. They procreate by laying eggs. They are neutral gender. With thousands of years of contact and abductions, these entities have succeeded in creating synthetic DNAs and RNAs. They have become masters of cloning and genetic splicing. Yet all this is done out of the governing hands of reptilians, who have ruled these beings for many thousands of years and have made themselves be dependent upon each, and have made themselves be dependent upon which these beings depend. There are over 70 different species of what's called grays and 16 species of reptilians who either visit or have made permanent residence in this planet Earth. And you can check all that shit out in the CIA files, bitch, on their website. The takeover is inevitable unless you unite. Back to the story. Once the delegation had convinced the two great rulers of the Ta'ites and of the Atumites to procreate, speaking to them on behalf of the Anunnaki, they moved them to the holy place Nippur in Gadush. The genetic breeding took place in Gadush. Once the male child was born to Atum and Lilith, the rulers of the Atumite tribe, they named him Cadman, meaning up front, and Zakar, rememberer, also called Adam, the father of the Adamites, the earthling of the reddish-brown ground. 3 years after that, the female child was born to Ta and Anath, the rulers of the Ta'ite tribe. She was named Nekeba, meaning tribal leader, and she was to be called Hawa, mother of all these new living beings, who would now be able to have children. The Adamites were created to be successors over the others that were cloned over a 600-year period. It took 400 years for the breeding, 4 generations in all for the cloning and genetic splicing. That's 10 people per 100 years, which comes out to 40 people over a period of 400 years. 100 years before the 400 years for the preparation, that is the collecting of the choice species for breeding and the building of the Earth-based laboratories. Then it took another 100 years for civilization and education after they had bred them. The Cuthites were then sent out of the land of Gadush to return to their own planet to their own part of the planet, Earth, Salde, the outer field to the east, the wicked town of Nod, which was now ruled by Enlil after the dethroning of his brother Enki, who set up the wicked city of Nod. Yet, he, Enlil, never sat on his brother's evil throne, and Atum became the Khalifa of Enki, and Dina, known as Ishtar, was the female deity with her son Tammuz in her arms, and Ishkur, which means mountainous or far mountain land, whose title was Baal, master, Lord. He was also called Adad, meaning beloved, and he was called Teshu by the Greeks, meaning storm deity. Yet all of them feared Anu Elion Elion El. This Anu Elion Elion El created Shakar, and the symbolic meaning of his name is Dawn, D-A-W-N, and Shalem, symbolic meaning of his name is the dusk, or evening and morning, or the son of justice, who controls what's called time on this planet Earth. This Shakar gave birth to Halal, and this Shalem gave birth to Warlock. Also, Anu Elion Elion El created in the seed of Enlil one named Baal, who was also called Hadad or Adad, who gave birth to a son whom they called Elyon, to rebel later and is worshipped as El by the Canaanites, who fathered the religions called Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. This is the El of Judaism, the Eli of Christianity, and the Illah of Islam. Hadad also had a brother Yam, and another, Mott, and a sister named Anat, which is not to be mixed up with Udum's daughter in Gadush, where Anu Elunel is really loved and respected. And the Anunnaki family of Udum, and his mate, Mani, just had a daughter, Anat, who are of the Muslimun, or agreeable Allahum, living in the part of the planet Earth called Mu, which was still then in the Holy Land called Gadush. This family was to wean and rear Nekeva, also called Hawa, and Eve until the age of 18. Then she was to breed with Cadman or Adam. The end. 494 motherfucking verses. The nigga should have went on and made it 500 verses and called it a day. What up, Asar? My switchboard down now. Oh, yep. Can't clap for it. Clap for a nigga with your clapping ass. That shit was good, right?
Yeah.
You gotta hear this again, Sugar P. I had to warm up, honey. I was struggling earlier. Had to warm it up. So.
It's a lot.
I know that's a lot. So get what we gonna do next Saturday. Part 2. Take the
do
the Disagreeable Cuthites.
Okay.
Yeah, because especially when it gets, I just think this is so interesting because it ain't by chance. I played the whole Rabbi Finkelstein interview on the show yesterday, and everything that motherfucker said is right there in that damn book we reading tonight. Everything, even when the damn interview asked that nigga, you ain't from no Asia. How did y'all even get to Asia? It's right there. Show you that shit right in that show that shit right here in the fucking holy goddamn tablet. Show you that shit right there. I explained it a little bit yesterday on the Don Nicole Young show. Yep. Show you right there. Right there, baby. Yep. So even if this is what we gonna do. We gonna take Rabbi Finkelstein interview and bring it to the Disagreeable Cuthite chapter. And that shit go hand in hand. Bring it right in that motherfucker. That's why that nigga said the motherfuckers that Yakub grafted was the goddamn Jew from the motherfucking Flugeroids. That nigga ahead of the game, ain't he? That nigga Dr. York ahead of the fucking game, baby. That motherfucker, yeah.
Always, man.
Head of the goddamn game. Yup. Show you the Asiatic part. Because why he said the black people, I don't know why people think they black, but we got to use the word black and we ain't got no fucking choice. But he's talking about the black people came down. I said it was them Hindus because that's who they mixed with. To graft. It was the Shaz Bazaar group are all fucking black, straight-haired motherfuckers. That's who he's talking about. Y'all came down, not y'all. Y'all came down with my father Lucifer is what the fuck it said. That what homeboy said. Newbie, where were you yesterday? You weren't here yesterday, bro. Don't even act like you were here yesterday. You weren't here on the Don Nicole Young show, nigga. And that right, J1. Newbie, you was not here, nigga. You wasn't on the Don Nicole Young show. You heard it. You heard this shit. We're gonna marry them too. We're gonna marry Disagreeable Cuthites in with the goddamn interview with goddamn, what up, Osaru, with Rabbi motherfucking Finkelstein. Finkelstein. We gonna you see that shit. Right.
Hey Don, how long was the interview with him that you played?
Well, it was basically like it was probably like 50 minutes, but the interview that Zena gave me, it just repeats, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's really like 50 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. But the interview that she gave me was over an hour and some change. That's because they repeated certain parts in it. You know what I'm saying? So a motherfucker can get that shit in their head. So it made it longer.
And this, of course, is when he talked about using McDonald's, right?
Yeah,
That's
okay. That's a little bit in the 50-minute mark, or yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but before that, he talks about the interviewer, you know, was throwing some shit at him, like, you know, questioning him about how can you be the original people if you ain't from Asia or some shit like that. You see that shit? God's chosen. Yaqub's chosen was from Asia. That's your Sabbath. That's why I said when they vamped down on the shores of Ghana, the shores of Africa, they never went inland. That's when he said you'll find black skin, straight hair. Black skin, straight hair here. Zimbabwe, Somalia, black skin, straight hair. Black skin, straight hair. Kenya, black skin, straight hair. All that shit. Talking about them. Because if you look at the picture of Shabazz, you'll see him. Basically a goddamn Hindu. Lost tribe of Shabazz. Did the X, the swastika, took the Daweed, the Mogan, the fucking star. You know what I'm saying? I mean, god damn, this nigga went in straight detail with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's clearer. It's clearer than a motherfucker after listening to Rabbi Finkelstein. In the beginning, though, Talmud, not so much of the ending with the McDonald's and feeding their ass to the making them eat their babies and shit. Fuck all that shit. It's like the first 45 minutes he explaining that shit. You know what I'm saying? Of what we're reading here today.
Yeah, later on in the day, I'm gonna pull up the show later on in the day. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it later on today.
Yeah, I need to name that show down. I don't think I named that shit. I need to name that shit Rabbi Finkelstein and the Holy Tablets. Rabbi Finkelstein or some old shit. Yep, he created the Jews, man. The grooves, the Jews. Gave them 6,000 years. That's why Yahshua kept saying, you are of your father, the devil. Call the Jews the devil. Your father created you. And he even said, my father is Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the interview was like, you know what I'm saying? Our God, he said something like, we ain't got the same God. And Rabbi Finkelstein said, no, we don't, because my father is Lucifer, bitch.
All right. Yeah, he did.
And he said, what about the black people, man? So the black people came down with my father. He's talking about the Hindus.
Right.
The Hindus. The black devils. Those that came down. It was the Hindus. They came from Nirvana. See, it's all in link. It's not just in the Disagreeable Cuthite chapter. It's in the chapter before. What chapter is this? This is tablet 4. So you read, if we go back and read chapter, we just read 4. We read 3, tablet 3 and tablet 2, you will see the whole Hindu breakdown of where they come from, how they came down billions of years before, mixed in with the pygmies, all that type of shit, blah, 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 how they grafted from the Hindus, the black gene, the black germ, the brown germ, the yellow germ to create the white germ. Tell you all that shit, how the Hindus play a part in this shit. We just read it, but y'all niggas are forgetful. Y'all want to argue about little bullshit, little words and shit. But he explained that shit. And like I said yesterday on the show, he's talking about the fucking Hindus, those blacks. And because they mixed in with the original Nubans, gave birth or made way or bred into the original seed, the pygmy seed. And that's why when you go to Ethiopia, you see them brown, black-ass niggas with straight hair. That's why Pakistan, all that shit. That's all Hinduism right there, baby. And the Asiatic black man right there. Yeah, that's in tablet 1, 2. If we rewind that bitch back to tablet 1, 2, 3, and this tablet 4, you'll see it all. What that interview was talking about. You'll be able to see it clear. Because it ain't you, the niggas that they're talking about, when he said they came down. But because it's so much, we're so blended in, make good barbecue and all that old fucking shit, sing and love drugs, that's how we end up playing a part in this bullshit. And they were given 6,000 years. And look, Tammuz, you take this shit to the Luciferian conspiracy, and you take this shit to, what's the book we read, y'all? I know it as What to Expect, the Millennial. The Millennial book 1 and 2, you'll be able to see it all. The Rothschild, the Rockefellers, all the motherfuckers all in that shit, all the fucking Jews in that book. Everything What to Expect in the year 2000, baby, is now in the Millennial book, part 1 and 2. He talks about all that shit in that fucking shit, man. It's right there. That's why that dude said, man, you put it in their face. You tell the fucking truth. Put it all in their face. As a matter of fact, Zena gave me the book that he questioned him on. And we're going to dance on that on the Don Nicoleon show. Let me see the book. I'll tell y'all the name of it. I'll give y'all the book, too, when it's time. Zena gave me the book. You know the book. Y'all, you remember the book? The book that that he asked him about? Zena gave me that shit. It's called, Holla. Oh, there it is, the book. That's what it say for real, just the book. No, not the Talmud. No, not the Protocols of 12 Protocols of Zion. No, it's the one about the blood and eating the fucking kids book that they got out. And right now my computer's scrolling. I'm about to give you the name as soon as it opens up. If it opens up. I give you the name because I paused the videos yesterday. Ethereum asked Zena, man, if she could find it. Boom, she found the motherfucker. Said, cannot view this motherfucker. I'm going to download it in. Hold on, I'm about to tell you. Now I got to download this bitch. I'll tell you the name of it. And it's in a PDF. But right now it's downloading. It's computer retrying. Let me open up another browser then. Give me a sec. Open up another browser to the page. Just opened up. Let's take it to Firefox. I don't know why I took it to Firefox. Oh, the blood Passover. Ethereum. The blood Passover, the Jews of Europe and ritual murder by Ariel Toaf. The blood Passover. You got it? Yeah, that's the book, baby. Yeah, that's the book that they questioned Rabbi Finkelstein. It was last revision was August 1st, 2016. We probably need the original since they revised it. I like to go to the beginning. Yeah, Professor Toaf has since partially recanted, see, and now maintains that, yes, Jews are corrupting. See, that's why we need the original book, because they, you know, they changed it up. Yes, Jews are corrupting and disruptive element in society. This is what they changed in the book. Yes, Jews lend money at 40% and seem to do little else. Yes, Jews buy and sell justice with huge bribes. Yes, Jews pull off all sorts of fraudulent bankruptcies and swindles. Yes, Jews resort to poisoning and assassination when thwarted. Yes, Jews are obsessed with hatred for Christians and the Christian religion. Yes, Jews kidnap and castrated Christian boys on a large scale and sold them into slavery in Islamic Spain for centuries. Yeah. I need to drop the book in the chat room, but I'll do it. But right now, y'all ain't gonna be able to get it. It's in my whatever fuck that shit called. This shit look good though. On the Latin, they talk about the Latin and the preface, and boom, 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 boom. You got to know your devil friend. It's very important. You got to know your devil friend, baby. You got to know it. They got Berkeley in this bitch, Oxford. They got the ritual homicides accusations in the 15th century. Remember that motherfucker said we've been doing this shit for thousands of fucking years. These fucking rituals, blood sacrifices, homicide. Chapter 1, at Venus with Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, 1469. Baby. So, looks boring. Looks very boring. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a long, boring-ass book. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is boring. Then the Ashkenazi pops up, German Jewish communities of diverse numerical consistency formed in a myriad of localities, blah, blah, blah. The way he writes this shit is so boring. Yeah, but something to have, goddamn. And meanwhile, everybody is like looking at the satanic church. Y'all looking at the wrong church, baby. Y'all looking at the wrong church. The satanic, what say, vamped down on the satanic church, made it goddamn voodoo, turned it into voodoo, Satanism, turned that shit into voodoo, vamped down into Christianity, turned that shit into Santeria, vamped down on goddamn. All right, y'all. I ain't gonna hold y'all hostage, man. I'm up out of this bitch, man. God damn. Tamud, you got anything you want to say before we get the fuck out of here?
A lot to take in. Great, it's a good chapter. We're gonna go over it again.
All right, baby. Make sure you have your shit together by Saturday, boo.
Yeah, I'll be on that.
I'll remind me to have that interview. Okay, I'll play it the first hour. Take notes, and then when we go through this 490 some fucking verses again, bam, you'll have it right there. You'll be able to see the answers.
Okay.
See it? You'll be able to see it. I'll play the interview the first hour.
Bet.
Okay, let's have the show. Disagreeable Cuthites, baby. That's the name of it. Goddamn, y'all cool, created that Jew. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much, man. Y'all get some rest. Y'all have an awarding day. Son of Man show at 12, Men of the Hour at 4, and the New Day, Men of the Hour 7 days a week anyway. Donna Corleone show Monday through Friday. Hot Damn Politics on Wednesday nights at 9. Love y'all, man. Take care of yourself because no one else will. Y'all have an awarding night. Get some rest. Peace.